Something drew you here. Something older than chance, quieter than coincidence. That pull you felt, that gentle stirring that would not leave you alone, that was me. I was the one calling. I have been calling for a long time. Before the foundations of the world were laid, I saw this moment. I saw the road you would walk. I saw the valleys that would take your breath away and the mountains that would seem impossible to climb. I saw every wrong turn and every long detour, and I made sure that through all of it, through every winding, painful, confusing mile of it, you would arrive right here. This moment was written in eternity, and you are exactly where you are supposed to be. I need you to hear something today. Not with the part of you that analyzes and debates, not with the part of you that has been disappointed before and learned to hold hope at a distance. I need you to hear what I am about to say with the deepest part of you, the part that already knows it is true, that has been waiting to hear it spoken plainly. You are seen. You are known. You have never been forgotten. I have watched you in the quiet. I have been there in the hours when the house was still and sleep would not come. When your mind turned over every fear, every unanswered question, every burden you had no one to hand to. I sat with you in that silence. You thought you were alone in it. You were not. I was there, closer than you knew, holding more than you could see. I did not look away. I did not grow tired of your sorrow or impatient with your grief. I held every single one as something precious. Not one tear was wasted. Not one cry went unheard. You have never prayed into an empty room. Every word you ever sent toward heaven reached me, and every word mattered. I saw you give when you'd almost nothing left. I saw you hold yourself together in public when you were falling apart in private. I watched you push through days that should have finished you. I watched you protect those you love, even when no one was protecting you. I witnessed the strength it took to keep believing when the evidence around you seemed to say that believing was foolish. I saw all of it. Not one moment has escaped my attention. I saw the betrayals that broke something in you. I watched the ones you trusted the most become the source of your deepest wounds. I witnessed how your kindness was used against you, how your loyalty was mistaken for weakness, how the people who should have covered you became the ones who exposed you to the cold. I watched you carry that pain quietly, refusing to become bitter, choosing to keep your heart open even when every instinct said to close it. That was not weakness. That was one of the most courageous things I have ever watched a person do. There were mornings you did not want to rise. There were seasons you prayed the same prayers so many times they began to feel worn, like cloth that has been washed until it grows thin. You wondered if your faith was enough. You wondered if the silence from heaven meant the answer was no. My child, the silence was never no. The silence was not even silence. It was the sound of deep work being done in places you could not see. Every moment you held on when you wanted to let go, something in you grew stronger. Every time you chose trust when doubt would have been easier, something in you was being shaped for a purpose greater than anything you had asked me for. You were not forgotten in the waiting. A seed buried deep in dark soil cannot see the sun. It cannot feel the warmth of the season changing above it. It simply receives what I send down into the ground and grows. That is what was happening in your life during the long, quiet, seemingly fruitless stretch. You were growing, deeper than you knew, stronger than you felt. There were nights you asked me why it was taking so long, why others seemed to move forward while you stayed still, why the door kept closing just when it seemed about to open. I heard every one of those questions. I want you to know they were never impertinent. They were honest. And I love your honesty. You were not demanding more than I could give. You were reaching for what I had already promised. That kind of faith, the kind that keeps reaching even through the confusion, is not a small thing to me. And now something has changed. The season has turned. I cannot tell you the exact moment it shifted, but I can tell you that it did. Something is different now. You can feel it even if you cannot name it. There is a stirring that was not there before, a sense that the ground beneath your life is moving again, that something long dormant is beginning to wake. That is not imagination. That is confirmation. What is coming is not a small improvement on what you have known. It is the fullness of everything I promised. And I do not break my promises. Declare your Amen if you believe God has been with you through every season of your life. Now I need to tell you something that is going to reframe everything you have been through. Something that will change the way you look at the hardest seasons of your life. Because there is something that has been happening in the unseen realm. Something you did not fully understand while you were in the middle of it. The enemy has been terrified of you. Not cautious, not slightly concerned. Terrified. He has known things about you that you forgot about yourself. He has seen the anointing placed on your life, the calling, the assignment, the weight of purpose that was written over you before you took your first breath. He has watched heaven's investment in you, and he has known that when you finally step into the fullness of who I created you to be, something extraordinary will happen. Chains will break. Hearts will open. Lives will change. What I have placed in you carries the power to reach far beyond you. That is why he fought you so hard. He did not come against you because you were weak. He came against you because you were powerful. He did not oppose you because you were insignificant. He opposed you because your significance in my kingdom is far greater than he ever wanted you to discover. Every time he could make you feel small, worthless, forgotten, too far gone, he was buying time. He was trying to keep you from waking up to what you actually carry. Every setback in your life was not random misfortune. It was warfare. Every door that closed at the wrong moment, warfare. Every relationship that fell apart, strategic opposition. Every season of delay when breakthrough seemed so close and then pulled away. Not accident, not punishment, not divine abandonment. Warfare. The enemy does not waste resources on things that do not matter. He was terrified of your next season. He still is. Those who hurt you deepest and most deliberately, they were being used. I am not excusing what they did. What they did caused real damage and real pain, and I take that seriously. But the enemy worked through the people closest to you precisely because that is where wounds go deepest. He was not trying to inconvenience you. He was trying to make you abort your purpose. He was trying to make the pain so great that you would close your heart, give up your calling, and spend the rest of your days surviving instead of living. But you did not. You are still here. And that is not a small thing. That alone tells you something. That alone is a sign that what I placed in you is not finished. I have not changed my mind about you. I have not revised your calling based on what you have been through. I have not handed your assignment to someone else while you were in the valley. My gifts and purposes, once given, are not taken back. You are still marked. You are still chosen. The anointing on your life has not faded. It has been deepened by the very suffering the enemy meant to use against you. The fire was not punishment. It was preparation. Every moment inside it was doing something in you that comfort alone could never have built. The prolonged seasons of lack were not evidence of my absence. They were evidence of his fear. He was placing obstacle after obstacle in your path because he could see where the path was leading. He saw the destination even when you could not, and it frightened him. I want you to stop seeing your past through his eyes and start seeing it through mine. When I look at what you have walked through, I do not see a person diminished by their trials. I see a person refined by them. I see someone who has been tested at the deepest level and did not break. I see someone who chose faith when the evidence pointed everywhere else. I see someone who kept praying when the prayers felt hollow, who kept trusting when trust felt foolish, who kept their hands open when every wound in them said to close up and protect yourself. That is not a person who has been weakened. That is a person who has been made ready. And now I am telling you, his time of opposition in this season is over. The window he was trying to close is opening. The momentum he was trying to stop is building. What he designed to bury you has become the very thing that positioned you. What he sent to destroy you has become the foundation you are standing on. Do not mistake this for easy optimism. I am not giving you pleasant words to make you feel better for an hour. I am speaking a decree over your life. What I decree does not return void. What I declare in heaven becomes reality on the earth, and I am declaring it now. Every scheme formed against you in this season is being dismantled. Every weapon raised against you is being turned back. The enemy overplayed his hand. He pushed too far, pressed too hard, and crossed a line that made me move on your behalf. That is what you are feeling right now. That is the shift in the air. That is me moving. I know that you have come through this carrying wounds. I know the weariness in your bones is real. The places where trust was broken are real. The questions that linger at the back of your mind about whether you are enough, whether the damage is too deep, those are real too. I am not asking you to pretend otherwise. I am asking you to give those wounds to me. Lay them down and let me show you what I am about to do with every single one. Because I have been watching this whole time, working this whole time, holding you this whole time, and I am about to make the enemy regret every move he ever made against you. Say, I receive this, if you believe the enemy's assignment against your life is being broken right now. There are lies you have been living under, whispers that have been running so long in the background of your thinking that they began to feel like truth. I am about to dismantle every single one of them. The enemy told you that you are a failure. I say you are someone I have been forming into a world changer. The enemy whispered that you are too broken to be used. I say your brokenness is exactly what qualifies you for the assignment I have given you, because you have learned things in the broken places that the untested never could. The enemy told you that you missed your window, that you left it too late, that the season for your life has come and gone. I say your moment is now. I am opening doors that no force on this earth can shut. The enemy declared that you are forgotten, that no one of significance sees you or cares what becomes of you. I declare that you are chosen before the foundation of the world, that your name is written on the palms of my hands. The enemy screamed that you are worthless. I announce that you are priceless, worth the blood of my own son, worth every sacrifice, worth everything it cost to bring you back to me. The enemy said you will never recover from what happened. I say full restoration is coming, not a patched-up version of what you had, but something rebuilt and renewed from the ground up. The enemy proclaimed that your best days are behind you. I prophesy that the days ahead are greater than anything that came before. Not in spite of what you suffered, because of what you suffered. The suffering deepened you. The trials widened your capacity. You can carry more now than you could before, and what I am about to release requires someone who can carry it. The enemy said, "You made too many mistakes." I say your past is covered, and I remember your failures no more. The enemy insisted you are too weak for what lies ahead. I say my strength is made perfect in your weakness, that the very places where you run out of yourself are where my power rests most completely on you. The enemy told you that you are disqualified by your history. I declare that you are called and chosen according to my purpose, and no history under my forgiveness can disqualify you. The enemy claimed you are abandoned, that the people who matter have left and those who remain do not understand. I say I will never leave you. I have been beside you through every valley, and I will be beside you through every mountain still ahead. You are accepted. You are held. You are never alone. Who are you going to believe? The voice of the accuser, whose only purpose is to steal and destroy, or the voice of your Creator, who gave everything to restore you? The lie that has dimmed your life, or the truth that sets you free? Choose now, not tomorrow, now. Choose what you will allow to stand as true in your heart about who you are and what is coming for you. Now hear me on this. There is a seal that has been placed over your provision. It has been the source of the strain in that area of your life. The sense that no matter how hard you worked, the supply was never quite enough. That doors closed just before you could walk through them. That seal was never meant to be permanent. I allowed it as a testing season, to see if you would keep trusting me when nothing seemed to be working, to see if your faith was real or only present when conditions were easy. You passed. You did not do it perfectly. You wavered. You had your moments of doubt, but you did not abandon your faith. You did not close your hands. You did not walk away. And because of that, because of the faith you held when faith was the hardest thing to hold, the seal is cracking open right now. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I'm preparing. Let your faith breathe for a moment. This is sacred ground, an act of trust made before any evidence arrives, before any proof appears. That is faith in its purest form, and I receive it. The provision seal is breaking open. Resources are being released that have been held in reserve. Provision will come from directions you did not anticipate, through pathways you did not think to look down. I say this not to paint an easy picture, but because it is what I have already set in motion. The supply that felt blocked is beginning to flow. What felt like perpetual lack is making way for a new season of overflow. Stop bracing for shortage. I know that is what long seasons of struggle teach a heart to do. It becomes a form of self-protection, a way of guarding against disappointment one more time. But a heart that is braced against loss cannot open wide enough to receive what is coming. A closed posture cannot gather what I am sending. Open your expectations. Open your hands. Open your belief to the possibility that this time is different. Because this time, it is. The provision seal is open, and I am faithful to fill every space I open. There is a second seal I want to speak about now. The seal that has been placed over your relationships. This is the one that has been feeding the loneliness. The one that made you feel as though you could be surrounded by people and still feel profoundly alone. the one that kept the right connections just out of reach, that brought people into your life who could not see your value or chose not to honor it, that left you wondering if genuine connection was even something you were made for. I know the loneliness has been deep. I know there were seasons when you looked around at what surrounded you and felt the ache of being misunderstood, underestimated, or simply unseen. I know what it is to watch others walk in the connections you longed for while you stood at a distance. I am not dismissing that pain. I witnessed every moment of it. But I need you to understand something about why the isolation came. The clearing was not only the enemy's work. I allowed some of the emptying because what was filling your life was holding you back. Some of the connections that were removed were connections that were diminishing you, not building you, not calling out the greatness I placed in you, not walking with you toward what I had prepared for your life. Some of them were comfortable in ways that were actually keeping you small. You had outgrown certain relationships, but the security of the familiar made it impossible to move forward. So I cleared space, not to wound you, to make room. What I am sending into your life now cannot arrive until the space is prepared. You cannot put new wine into old wineskins. The connections I have been holding in preparation for you, the ones who will recognize the anointing on your life, who will open doors you could not open for yourself, who will stand beside you without needing to reduce you in order to feel secure. They cannot enter a life where there is no room for them. The clearing hurt. I know it did, but it was preparation, not punishment. People are being sent from places you would not think to look. They are already in motion. A mentor who carries keys to your next level is being positioned by an arrangement you did not orchestrate. A partner who understands your purpose is on the way. Someone who will look at you and immediately recognize what you carry. They are coming. These are not random meetings. These are encounters designed in eternity and timed to the hour. When they arrive, you will know. Something in your spirit will recognize the divine fingerprint on the introduction. These connections will be different from what you have experienced before. They will not take more than they give. They will not shrink in the presence of your gifts. They will not compete with your calling or resent your growth. They will call it out. They will press you further into what I have placed in you. They will see in you what I have always seen, and they will refuse to let you settle for less. That is the nature of the divine connections I am sending. They do not flatter, they build. They do not accommodate your weaknesses. They help you grow past them. When you encounter them, hold on. They are rare. They are intentional. They are from me. I'm also speaking about restoration. Not every broken relationship will be restored. Not all of them should be, and I will give you wisdom to know the difference. But some of the severed connections that still carry weight in your heart, the ones where grief, not relief, rises when you think of them, some of those are not over. Reconciliation is coming in those places. An apology is on its way from someone you had stopped expecting to hear it from. A conversation is coming that will change the way you understand what happened. Some bridges you thought were permanently burned are being rebuilt by my hand. I know you have been careful with your heart since the last time it was broken. I know the walls went up for good reason. I am not asking you to pull them down recklessly or to trust those who have not earned it. I am asking you to trust me. Trust that I can bring the right people through every wall you have built. Trust that I can restore what genuine divine purpose holds together. Trust that the deep hunger you carry for real community, for relationships where you can be fully known and still fully loved, is not you asking for too much. It is evidence that I made you for it. I do not create longings without the capacity to fulfill them. I do not make a heart that aches for belonging and then leave that ache permanently unanswered. The longing is there because the fulfillment is coming. The ache is there because the answer is real. You were not made for isolation. You were made for deep, rooted, faithful connection. The kind that sharpens you, that holds you accountable with gentleness, that speaks to what I placed in you without envy. That connection is being released now. The seal over your relationships is breaking. The isolation is not your permanent address. It was a chapter, a long, costly, necessary chapter, and the chapter is closing. When someone new crosses your path in this season, do not be so armored against disappointment that you miss a divine appointment. Pay attention in the unexpected places. A conversation that goes deeper than the surface. A person whose words land exactly where you needed them to. A connection that feels strangely familiar, even though it is new. Those are not coincidences. I am in those moments. I am the one arranging them. Watch for the introductions I am making in your life. They are not by chance, they are by design. Now we come to the third seal, and this one is the deepest. This is the seal over your purpose. It is the one that has kept you in a long holding pattern, circling the same territory, feeling the restlessness of someone who knows they were built for more, but cannot seem to find the door that leads there. This is the seal behind the nagging sense that something is missing, not from your circumstances, but from your life at its core. The quiet dissatisfaction that followed you even into seasons when things were relatively fine on the outside. That dissatisfaction was not ingratitude. It was a signal. I put it there. I designed you with a longing for your true calling, and that longing does not go quiet just because life gets busy or comfortable. It stays. It persists. It presses against the ordinary until you pay attention. If you have been feeling it, that is not a problem to manage. That is a call to answer. You were made for a specific assignment, not a general one. A specific one. I did not create you and then release you into the world with a vague hope that something meaningful might find you. I gave you gifts that point in a particular direction. I gave you a history that prepared you for a particular work. I gave you passions that light up when you move toward certain things and grow dim when you move away. I gave you a capacity for certain kinds of pain, the kind that breaks you open instead of just breaking you, the kind that makes you able to sit with others who are suffering what you once survived. All of that is intentional. All of it is pointing somewhere. The seal over your purpose was placed there in part because of timing, and in part because of fear. The timing I will speak to in a moment, but the fear, I want to address that first, because the fear of your calling is one of the most effective tools the enemy has used against you. The fear took many shapes. The fear that you would try and fail publicly, that the thing you feel called to would expose you to ridicule or rejection. The fear that you were mistaken, that what you sense as calling is actually just wishful thinking. The fear that you have waited too long, that the opportunity has passed, that others have already done what you were meant to do. The fear that you are not qualified, that someone more prepared, more polished, more credentialed should be standing where you feel drawn to stand. The fear that stepping forward would mean stepping away from safety, and safety after everything you have been through felt like the only thing you could count on. I want to answer every one of those fears right now. You will not fail in a way that defeats my purpose. I have never commissioned someone for an assignment and then abandoned them to the outcome. I give what is needed for what I ask. What I call you to, I equip you for. Not always before the moment, but in the moment. which means the preparation you feel you are lacking will arrive precisely when you need it. Step toward the calling and watch what I release as you move. You are not mistaken about what you carry. I know you have questioned it. I know you have tried to talk yourself out of it. It seemed too large, too specific, too unlikely. But the longing was not random. Longings of that depth do not generate themselves. I placed it in you, and I placed it there deliberately. What you feel drawn toward is not a dream you invented. It is a picture I painted inside you of what I always intended. You have not waited too long. I do not operate on the world's timeline. I do not look at your age or your history and calculate whether it is too late. I look at readiness, and readiness is something I determine, not the calendar. Many of the ones I used most powerfully came into their fullness later than the world would have expected. The prolonged preparation was not failure. It was depth being built beneath the surface. What grows slowly grows strongest. And you are qualified. Not because of credentials, because of consecration. Not because of what you have built, because of what you have been through. The very things that seem to disqualify you have shaped you for the work. The brokenness, the long seasons, the unconventional path, all of it has made you exactly right for what I am asking you to do. I do not need polished people. I need yielded ones. I need those who have been broken enough to know they cannot do this alone. That is who you are. And that is exactly who I need. The third seal is shattering now. What has been locked away is being released. The clarity you have been searching for is coming. Not all at once, because I never show you everything at once. But the next step is becoming visible. The next door is opening. The path forward is beginning to illuminate beneath your feet. You do not need the full map. You only need the next step. Take it. Leave the old seasons thinking behind. You cannot carry the smallness of what was into the fullness of what is coming. Stop waiting until you feel ready. Readiness is built by moving, not by waiting. Step forward, not because you have everything figured out. Step forward because I am asking you to. That has always been enough, and it is enough today. Say, "Yes, Lord," if you are ready to walk into the purpose you were created for. Something has been set in motion in your life that I want to describe to you, because understanding it will change the way you move through the days ahead. When all three seals break, and they are breaking right now as these words reach your spirit, something is released that I can only describe this way. A drawing force. A spiritual gravity that begins to pull toward you the things I have ordained for your life. You will not need to chase what is yours. You will not need to force doors open or manufacture outcomes or hustle yourself into exhaustion, trying to make things happen in your own strength. What is meant for you will begin finding you. Resources will start moving in your direction. Not always in the ways you expect. I rarely work in the ways you expect because my paths are wider than your plans. An unexpected provision will arrive from a source you did not think to look to. Something you had written off will resurface. A door you stopped knocking on will open. An opportunity you never applied for will present itself. This is not luck. This is the law of my kingdom, working on your behalf. The same law that says when you seek first what belongs to me, everything else is added. You have been seeking. The addition is coming. People will begin moving toward you rather than away from you. The right voices will find their way into your circle. Those who carry keys to your next level are being drawn by a force they may not even understand. They will simply sense that they need to know you, that something in them recognizes something in you. Let them in. They are not accidents. When the right connection arrives wearing the face of a coincidence, know that I arrange the meeting. Nothing in this season is random. Everything that finds you is being sent. Favor will begin opening what opposition closed. Systems and structures that seem to work against you will shift. People who overlooked you will suddenly see you clearly. Processes that dragged and stalled will move forward. The ground that was hard beneath your feet is softening. What was resistant is becoming cooperative. Favor is not something you earn. It is something I grant, and I am granting it over your life right now in measure you have not experienced before. But I need to warn you about something. When this shift begins, the opposition does not immediately retreat. In fact, when heaven begins to move powerfully on your behalf, the resistance often increases before it collapses. The enemy sees what is happening. He sees the momentum building, the doors beginning to swing, the provision beginning to flow, and he will launch one more wave of opposition to try to stop you before the breakthrough fully arrives. This is important for you to know, not to frighten you, but to prepare you. When discouragement presses in hard during this season, that is a sign you are close. When the voices of doubt get louder just as the path seems to be clearing, that is not evidence that you were wrong. That is confirmation that you are right. The enemy only attacks what threatens him. If he is turning up the pressure, it is because he can see what you cannot yet see from where you're standing. He can see where this is heading, and it terrifies him. Do not let him redirect your attention from what I am doing to what he is attempting. Keep your eyes fixed on me. Keep your mouth speaking what I have declared, not what circumstances seem to suggest. This matters more than you may realize. Your words carry weight in the Spirit. What you declare over your own life either cooperates with what I am releasing or works against it. If you keep declaring what the enemy has whispered, nothing ever changes. I will never get ahead. The door is always going to stay shut. You are agreeing with him, and you are pushing away what I am trying to send. Change your declarations. Not because speaking words is a formula or a magic ritual, but because your words reveal your faith, and your faith determines how fully you receive what I am releasing. Speak what you want to arrive, not what you fear is true. Speak provision. Speak purpose. Speak connection. Speak health. Speak peace restored. Let your mouth align with what heaven has already established over your life. There is something else I want to say about how you carry yourself in this season. Walk with the dignity of someone who is deeply loved by the God who made everything. Not in pride, in settled confidence. The world has a way of measuring people by their visible outcomes, by what they have accumulated or achieved or proven yet. But I do not measure you that way. I measure you by what I placed in you and by your faithfulness to it. And by that measure, you are already rich. Stay expectant. That word, expectant, is a posture, not just a feeling. It means you wake up each morning prepared to receive. You go through your day watching for what I am doing. You do not dismiss small signs as unimportant. You do not overlook a confirmation because you were looking for something larger. You live with the active awareness that I am moving in your situation, that my hand is on your life, that what I said is true even before you can see the evidence. Many people miss their breakthrough not because it did not come, but because they had stopped watching for it. They had lowered their expectations after too many disappointments. And when the thing they had been praying for arrived, it came in a shape they were not expecting, and they walked past it. Do not let that be you. Keep your heart open. Keep your eyes watching. The breakthrough may not arrive as you imagined, but it will arrive. And when it does, you will know. There is something I want you to understand about this new season that will protect you from unnecessary discouragement. Growth does not always look like growth while it is happening. A tree in winter looks dead. The leaves are gone. The branches are bare. Nothing visible is moving. But beneath the ground, the roots are still active, drawing strength, pressing deeper. What looks like stillness is often the most vital work. In the same way, there will be moments in what is coming where you will question whether anything is really changing. In those moments, trust the roots. Trust the work happening beneath what you can see. Things are moving. The season is shifting. Just because the fruit has not appeared does not mean the tree is not alive and growing. There is one more thing I want to speak over you before we close. And it may be the thing you needed most of all. Healing. Not just healing in one area. Healing across the full landscape of your life. I am speaking about the body that has been telling you something is wrong. I am speaking about the weariness that has gone so deep. It is not just tiredness, but something heavier. A kind of depletion that sleep alone cannot fix. I am speaking about the grief that has been sitting quietly in the background of your days, like a shadow you have learned to live around. I am speaking about the wound that is not fully closed, the one you think about when you are still, the one that aches when something brushes close to it. I am speaking about healing for all of it. I am the God who heals. Not was, am. What I did in every age, I am still doing. The same power that has ever restored a broken body or a broken heart is fully active, fully present, fully available to you right now. I have not limited what I am willing to do in your life. I have not decided that your situation is too complicated or your need too large. There is no ceiling on my ability to heal, and there is no distance too great for my power to reach. Healing virtue is moving through your life right now, not because you earned it, but because I love you, and love does not leave its own in brokenness when it has the power to restore. The physical condition that has been troubling you is not beyond me. I made your body. I know every part of it, every function, every system, every place where something has gone wrong. And I am moving in those places now. Restoration is flowing into what was damaged. Strength is being returned to what was depleted. What the long season stole from you physically is being rebuilt by my hand. And the healing I am releasing is not only for your body, it is for the parts of you that pain has bent out of shape over the years. The part of you that learned to expect the worst because hope had let you down too many times. The part of you that stopped fully feeling things because feeling them was too costly. The part of you that wanted to trust but built walls instead, because the last time you trusted someone it cost you dearly. I'm healing those parts, gently, not by force. You cannot be forced into openness, but steadily as you allow me in, as you keep giving me the places that hurt instead of hiding them away. Steadily and surely I'm making you whole. I want to say something specific about the peace that has been missing. There is a particular kind of peace, a deep settledness that lives below the surface of circumstances, that holds you even when everything around you is in motion, that I designed you to carry. It is the peace that passes understanding, the peace that the world did not give you and the world cannot take from you. That peace has been robbed by the long seasons of strain and uncertainty. I am restoring it. You will begin to feel it returning, not as the absence of trouble, but as a quiet certainty beneath the trouble. An anchor that holds even when the water is rough. That is what is coming back to you. There is joy that has been buried under the weight of too many hard seasons. I am reaching for it. Not the performed kind, not the smile that covers what is still breaking underneath, but real joy. the kind that rises from the deep places, the kind that persists even when life is still complicated and not everything is resolved, the kind that is not contingent on circumstances all making sense, the joy of knowing who holds you and knowing that what holds you will not let you go. I am also restoring years. I know what was lost. I know the seasons that passed that should have looked different, that should have held more life, more laughter, more fulfillment than they did. What the long drought took from you is not gone beyond recovery. I am a God who restores. Not by going backwards, I do not take you backwards, but by giving you a compressed season of such fullness that it replenishes what was missing. What was poured out will be refilled. What was worn thin will be renewed. What was taken will be returned. The account of loss is not the final account. I want you to know something that I need you to carry with you from this moment forward. I am with you, not as a figure from history, as a living presence beside you right now. Every morning you rise, I am already there. Every step you take into the unknown, I have already gone before you. Every moment you face that you feel unequipped for, I am standing beside you in it. There is not a room you will ever walk into, not a conversation you will ever face, not a decision you will ever make alone. I am in all of it. There will be days ahead when this season will be tested. Old fears will knock at the door of your thoughts. The voice of discouragement will try to make you forget what has been declared here. In those moments, come back to what you know, not what you feel in the moment. What you know. You know that I am faithful. You know that my promises are not empty. You know that I carried you through everything before, and what carried you through before is still here, still holding, still faithful. You are more than a conqueror, not in your own strength, but in mine. You do not need to manufacture courage. You do not need to pretend the road ahead is effortless. You only need to keep walking with me on it, trusting that I see what you cannot yet see, and that what I see is already good. I went before you to prepare the way. The road you are stepping onto has already been walked by me. You are not going somewhere I have not been. Follow me. I know the way through. The greatest chapter of your life is not the one behind you. It is the one beginning right now. Every promise spoken here belongs to you. Receive it, walk in it, and watch what I do. This is not the end of a conversation. It is the beginning of a different way of walking. You have been waiting for signs, for massive shifts, for the ground to tremble, but I am often found in the quiet persistence of your next right step. Do not look for applause or validation from the world to confirm your progress. True movement is internal, measured by your alignment with truth, not by the noise around you. Keep your focus steady. Carry this conviction into your ordinary day, your difficult conversations, and your silent moments. I am doing more than you can see. Declare, I trust you, Lord, if you receive everything spoken over your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop. Right now, wherever you are, whatever is pressing against your mind, stop. I am not asking you to pause because your situation is ordinary. I am asking you to stop because you are closer to a wrong turn than you realize. This moment reached you for a reason. If you walk past it without truly listening, the days ahead may carry pain you did not have to feel. So stay with me. Give me your full attention, not just the surface of it. I'm not speaking to your convenience right now. I am speaking to the deepest part of you that still knows the sound of my voice. You may feel like today is no different from yesterday. Another heavy morning. Another list of problems sitting on your chest before you have even risen from your bed. But I see what is in front of you, and it is more than you're weighing right now. I see what your eyes cannot reach yet. I see what is forming just ahead, outside your line of sight. And I am choosing to speak now, because silence would not be love. It would be abandonment. And I do not abandon the ones I have made. There is a quiet disturbance in you. You have noticed it. You have tried naming it stress, exhaustion, or simply a dark mood that will pass. But you have not fully admitted what you already sense, that something is not right. There is a tight feeling in your chest that will not leave. A pull toward something you know is not good for you. A door you keep standing near, reaching for the handle, telling yourself this time will be different. I want to speak plainly about that door. I want you to understand why I'm asking you not to open it. I'm not speaking to you from a distance. I've been present in every quiet moment you have spent carrying weight that no one around you fully understood. I've been there in the long nights when your strength ran thin and no one was watching. I have seen the smiles you wore over real pain. I have seen the choices you made when your heart was starving for some kind of comfort. When loneliness became so loud, you would accept almost anything to quiet it down. I do not say this to shame you. I say it because I was there, and I know the full story, not just the parts you show others. Because of what you have survived, a quiet lie has settled into your thinking. The lie says, you are strong enough to go back. You handled it once, so you can handle it again. But endurance is not the same as wisdom. Being able to survive something is not the same as being permitted to keep returning to it. The fact that you made it through does not mean you are meant to go back. Some things were never designed to be revisited. They were designed to be left behind permanently, so that what comes next has room to grow in the space they once occupied. I am not speaking to you with harshness. I am speaking the way a watchman speaks when he sees something approaching that the person inside cannot yet see. Not to frighten, to warn while there is still time to choose a different direction. I am reaching you now, before the cost becomes something you carry for years. This is not a threat. This is mercy arriving ahead of the consequence. You have learned, over a long time, how to push through pain without stopping. You have learned how to fold everything difficult into the back of your chest and keep moving forward, keep smiling, keep functioning. That capacity has served you, but it has also trained you to ignore signals your spirit is sending you, signals that are meant to protect you, not punish you. That unease you feel right now is not a malfunction. It is precision. It is exact. I placed it there, and I am asking you not to silence it again. Declare your Amen, if this word is finding its place in your spirit. So before you take another step in the direction you have been drifting, pause long enough to do this one thing. Be honest with me. Not polished, not composed. Honest. Tell me what is pulling at you. Tell me what you keep picking up and putting back down. Tell me what you have been circling, rationalizing, negotiating with in your own mind. I already know all of it. I am not asking because I need the information. I am asking because something shifts when you stop hiding it, even from yourself. Honesty breaks the hold that secrecy builds. And right now, the thing pulling at you has more power than it deserves, partly because you have not yet fully named it in the light. I have not brought you through everything you have survived just to watch you walk back into what once broke you. You have come further than your current doubts give you credit for. You have healed in places you once thought would stay raw forever. There is real ground under your feet now. Solid ground, not the shifting surface you used to stand on. Do not trade it. Not for comfort that lasts a few hours. Not for relief that arrives with a hidden bill attached to it. Not for the familiar weight of something that once felt like connection, but left you more alone than before. Hear me now. The warning itself is proof of the love. I do not warn people I have abandoned. I do not speak ahead of time to those I have given up on. This word reaching you today is evidence that I am still watching, still near, still holding the door to a better direction open for you. Walk through it. Not tomorrow. Now. You are standing right at the place where one small decision echoes forward into months. Choose the right one, and do it with the full weight of what I have just said settling into you. You are living in a season crowded with voices. They come from every direction, and many of them are soft. That is the thing I most need you to understand. Soft does not mean safe. A voice that soothes you is not automatically a voice that serves you. A voice that makes the moment easier to bear is not automatically a voice that leads you toward something good. You have been making the mistake of measuring voices by how they feel as they arrive, rather than by what they leave behind once they have settled in. Think about this honestly. There are voices in your life, people, patterns in your own thinking, things you return to when you are tired, that make you feel instantly better in the moment, but leave you a little less anchored each time you walk away. You feel temporarily relieved. Then later, slower, quieter, you notice your clarity has softened. Your resolve has loosened. You are a little more willing to excuse something you were firm about the week before. That is not coincidence. That is the direction a voice was actually leading you, while you were focused only on how it felt at the beginning. Comfort and truth are not always the same thing. They can travel together, yes, but they often do not. A voice can be warm and still carry something harmful underneath that warmth. A voice can sound like understanding and still be steering you away from real wisdom. A voice can make you feel deeply known, deeply seen, deeply heard, and still be moving you further from what is right. The feeling of being understood is powerful. I know that, especially when you have gone long stretches feeling unseen. But you cannot let that feeling become a reason to stop examining what is actually being offered to you. Declare, I believe, if you are receiving this into your spirit today. Here is what I want you to practice. When a voice reaches you, whether that is a person speaking, something you consume quietly in your private hours, or even a recurring thought that shows up dressed in gentle language, do not simply ask, how does this make me feel right now? Ask instead, what does this produce in me over the next several days? Do I feel clearer or more confused? Do I feel more rooted in truth or more willing to compromise? Things I know matter. Do I feel more courageous in what is right, or do I find myself looking for clever reasons to delay what I already know I need to do? Those questions cut through the surface quickly. They will show you things that tone of voice never reveals, because tone of voice can be manufactured. Anyone can speak softly. Anyone can choose gentle words. But what a voice actually produces, in your spirit over time, that cannot be faked for long. The fruit always tells the real story, eventually. I want you to understand the method that works against your peace. It rarely arrives through obvious aggression. It rarely looks frightening. Instead, it often comes through permission, through words that sound like freedom but are actually the loosening of something important in you. through comfort that validates your pain without ever asking you to grow beyond it, through encouragement that feels good in the moment, but leaves you more attached to the very thing you needed to release, through reassurance that quietly lowers the standard you were holding yourself to, until the standard disappears entirely and you barely notice it is gone. The goal of that kind of influence is always the same: to move you forward before wisdom has time to speak, to make compromise feel reasonable, to make the thing you know is wrong feel manageable, to make the door you needed to close feel like it still deserves to be open, and it rarely announces itself as danger. It arrives gently, wrapped in exactly what your tired heart was craving at exactly the moment you were too worn out to examine it carefully. So I am asking you to raise a standard inside yourself, not out of suspicion toward every person around you, but out of a genuine commitment to guard what you have built. There is a real difference between being suspicious of everyone and being wise about what you allow in. Wisdom is not cold. Wisdom is not isolating. Wisdom is simply alert. It knows the difference between warmth that heals and warmth that numbs. It knows the difference between rest and avoidance. It knows when comfort is a gift and when comfort is a substitute for something harder and more necessary. My voice is different. I know you have felt the difference, even if you have not always been able to describe it. When I speak to you, something in your deepest place recognizes it, not because the words always feel pleasant, but because they carry a quality that other voices do not. They carry weight without crushing you. They carry honesty without leaving you feeling abandoned. They may challenge you directly, but they also give you the grace to face what they ask of you. That is the signature. A word that challenges you and equips you at the same time is a word from me. A voice that flatters you and slowly erodes your inner ground is a voice you need to step back from, regardless of how much you enjoy the way it sounds. Let me into this part of your life, not as one more voice among many, competing for your attention, as the primary voice, the one you bring everything else to, the one you hold other words up against, to see what is true and what is not. Let me become familiar enough to you that imitation cannot fool you. Let me retrain your ears to the point where you know, within a few sentences, whether something is drawing you closer to peace or slowly pulling you away from it. This is not something that happens by accident. It requires you to spend enough quiet time with me that my voice becomes unmistakable. Start now. Start here. Let what I am speaking become the loudest thing in you today. There is something working against you that I need to name directly. Not because I want you to be frightened, but because naming it accurately is the first step toward not being controlled by it. The opposition to your peace does not generally work through obvious attacks. It does not usually announce itself. It works through subtle permission. It works by finding the place where you are most tired, most lonely, or most desperate for relief, and then offering you exactly what you crave at exactly that moment. And the offer always sounds reasonable. That is how you know to be careful. It will dress disobedience in the language of self-care. It will make an old harmful attachment sound like healing because it feels familiar. It will take your real, legitimate pain and use it as a justification for a choice that will produce even more pain later. It will speak the language of freedom while quietly tying you to something that keeps you in place. It will point to your exhaustion as evidence that you deserve relief, and then hand you something that only deepens the exhaustion once the initial comfort fades. I say this not to make you feel hunted. I say it because you are not powerless here. You are not at the mercy of every voice and pull that comes your way. You have been given something stronger than any of this: discernment. And discernment does not work through suspicion. It works through steady attention. through the habit of pausing long enough to ask the right question before you move, through not letting how convincing something sounds be the only reason you agree to it. My child, I'm asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I'm preparing. Here is the practice I want you to carry with you. Whenever a voice reaches you, whenever a pull arises, whenever a familiar pattern begins beckoning you back towards something you have already moved away from, bring that thing honestly to me, not with a prepared argument for why you should be allowed to have it, not already half committed and hoping I will confirm the decision you have already made. Come with an open hand and an honest question. Is this from you? Does this belong in my life right now? What will this produce in me if I accept it? Ask, and then be still enough to actually listen for the answer. Not for a few seconds while your mind is already racing ahead. Actually still. Let the noise of your own wanting settle down. And then notice what rises in that quiet. Notice whether what was calling so loudly a moment ago begins to lose its urgency in the stillness. Notice whether the peace you feel when you are close to me increases or decreases when you hold the thing up to honest examination. These are not small observations. They are data. They are the exact kind of information that protects your future. You have a history of knowing something was wrong before you could explain it. That internal signal is real. I placed it there. The problem is not that you lack the signal. The problem is that you have trained yourself to override it, usually by arguing yourself out of what you already sensed. You tell yourself you are being too cautious. You tell yourself it is not as serious as it feels. You tell yourself the unease is just fear of change, not a genuine warning. And sometimes that is true, but you do not decide which kind it is by silencing it. You decide by bringing it to me. There is something I want you to understand about the way I actually speak. My voice does not require chaos to be heard. I speak in the clarity that exists after the noise has died down. I speak in the steadiness present when you have stepped back from immediate pressure and simply been still with me. If a direction only makes sense when you are spinning, if it only feels right when your emotions are at their most frantic, be careful with it. Truth does not need you destabilized to become convincing. Only pressure needs that. I do not manipulate you. That is an important thing for you to hold on to. Everything I ask of you comes with the grace to do it. Every hard word I speak comes with the strength to carry it. Every door I ask you to close, I provide the resolve to actually shut it and walk away. That is the difference. When something is genuinely from me, you will find, even in the difficulty of it, that you are not left without the resources to follow through. The path may not be easy, but you will not be empty-handed on it. Grow familiar enough with that quality that you can recognize its absence. Because when something that presents itself as divine leading leaves you feeling spiritually hollow, when it asks you to move but leaves you feeling divided and unstable on the inside, when it promises peace but produces inner noise, that is not my hand on your shoulder. That is something else wearing a convincing disguise. Come closer. Not just when you need rescue, not only in the moments when everything has already broken apart. Come closer in the ordinary moments, in the small daily pauses, in the quiet before the day begins pressing down on you. Let me become the voice your spirit is most familiar with, so that everything else gets measured against it automatically. That is how you stay safe in a season full of noise. Not by becoming suspicious of everything, but by becoming so anchored in the real thing that substitutes cannot hold you for long. Now I want to turn this conversation toward the people around you, because some of what is disturbing your peace is not a habit or a situation. It is a person. And this is an area where I have watched you be more patient than wisdom required and more loyal than was healthy. Not because you were wrong to care, but because you were measuring the wrong thing. You have been measuring safety by intention. You have been asking yourself, does this person mean me harm? And because the answer is often no, you have concluded that their presence must be acceptable. But safety is not only about whether someone wishes you well. Safety is also about what their presence actually produces in you over time. A person can have good intentions and still consistently leave you emotionally drained. A person can genuinely care about you in their own way and still keep you anchored to a version of yourself you have already outgrown. Intentions and fruit are two different things. I need you to start measuring the fruit. Ask yourself what happens to your inner world after time with this person. Does your thinking become clearer or cloudier? Does your resolve to do what is right strengthen or soften? Does your prayer life stay open and easy? Or does it feel like something has been placed between you and me? Does your self-respect increase? Or do you find yourself making excuses for your own choices just to keep the peace? These are not small, peripheral questions. They tell you what is actually growing in the soil of that relationship. Some people belong to an earlier chapter of your life. They mattered in that chapter. They may have even been essential to who you were in that season. But a new chapter has begun, and it does not automatically inherit every person from the previous one. This is not judgment on their character. It is simply the nature of growth. When a river changes course, it does not drag all the old terrain with it. It moves into new ground. And not everything from the old path can fit in the new one. I want you to release yourself from the idea that loyalty always means proximity. You can hold someone in genuine regard and still create distance. You can wish someone well from the core of your heart and still limit how much access they have to your daily life. These two things do not cancel each other out. In fact, sometimes the most loving thing you can do, for them and for yourself, is to stop maintaining a closeness that is no longer serving either of you honestly. There are people who keep you emotionally tangled in old patterns, not because they are trying to hold you back, but simply because they have not grown in the same direction you have. They are not villains. They are not your enemies. But they are not suited for where you are going next, and continuing to give them front row access to your thoughts, your private hours, your vulnerable moments, and your decision-making is costing you more than you have been willing to admit. Your emotional energy is not infinite. Your attention is not a resource that automatically replenishes itself. When you pour significant portions of those resources into relationships that leave you more depleted than you were before, you're arriving at what matters most with less than you had. You're arriving at your prayers half empty. You're arriving at important decisions with your thinking clouded by whatever the last conversation stirred up in you. You are arriving at the things I am preparing for you next, without the full inner clarity those things require. I want to be honest with you about what I am doing in your relational world right now. I am making adjustments. Some connections are being loosened. Some voices are moving toward the edges of your life. Some conversations are becoming less frequent and less central. And if you have noticed this and felt guilty, if you have tried to force proximity back into something that was gently fading, I am asking you to stop. Do not chase what I'm moving. There is purpose in the shifting. When I quietly reduce certain connections, it is not because I want you isolated. Isolation is not what I am building. I am building space. Clarity. A different kind of quiet around you. The kind of quiet where you can actually hear yourself think. Where you can actually feel what is true versus what you have been told to feel by whoever is nearest. That kind of space is not emptiness. It is room for something better to arrive. So when a connection naturally cools, let it cool without guilt. When you notice that certain conversations are leaving you scattered rather than settled, stop returning to them as often. When your spirit consistently feels unsettled after time with a particular person, that is not pettiness on your part. That is discernment doing its job. Honor it. You do not need a dramatic event as permission to protect your inner atmosphere. You do not need to wait for a visible betrayal before you are allowed to create distance that your spirit has been requesting for some time already. You can do this without anger. You can do this without a confrontation or an explanation. You can simply begin being less available. Begin investing your limited time and emotional energy into relationships that leave you more anchored, more at peace, more truthful with yourself and with me. Begin gravitating toward the people in your life who make you feel more like the person I am building you into, not less. Guard your inner atmosphere carefully. What you allow to fill the space around your heart shapes your thinking, your decisions, your courage, and your sense of what is possible. Some of the greatest limits on your life right now are not external circumstances. They are the accumulation of voices, conversations, and connections that have been slowly contracting your sense of what you are capable of. Let them go and come into the open. I know what runs through your mind when I ask you to release a relationship. The objections are familiar. You think of the history between you. You think of the moments when that person was genuinely there for you. You think of their struggles, their pain, their own story of difficulty, and your heart softens immediately. You have always been someone who leads with compassion. You feel other people's weight, and it becomes your own, almost instantly. I know this about you. I did not place that capacity in you by accident, but compassion and wisdom must travel together, or compassion becomes a door through which everything enters, including what was never meant to stay. When compassion exists without the wisdom to know where it ends, it becomes something that costs you everything, and benefits others in ways that do not always produce good things in their lives either. Endless availability is not the same as genuine love. Refusing ever to create distance is not the same as faithfulness. Sometimes the truest gift you can give someone is the dignity of encountering the real consequences of their choices, rather than always being absorbed into someone else's life, who quietly softens everything for them. So when you feel that pull of compassion rising up as a reason to keep a door open, I am not asking you to silence it. I am asking you to bring wisdom into the room alongside it. Ask yourself honestly, is keeping this door open actually helping this person? Is it helping them grow? Or is it simply removing a discomfort they should probably be sitting with? And equally, is this proximity serving the work I am doing in you? Or is it consistently pulling you sideways from it? State, I trust, if your heart is open to where I am leading you. Those are different questions from the ones your guilt usually asks. Your guilt asks, how can I close this door when they still need me? Wisdom asks, what is truly helpful here? And what am I simply doing to manage my own discomfort about maintaining distance? There is a real difference, and the answer matters. Because sometimes what looks like loyalty is actually avoidance. Sometimes what looks like compassion is actually an unwillingness to face the discomfort of creating necessary space. I want you to become comfortable with a particular kind of hard thing, letting something end without needing it to end badly. You have believed somewhere in your thinking that in order to step back from a person or a connection, something dramatic has to justify it. A betrayal, a clear injury, a visible failure on their part that everyone around you would agree makes your decision reasonable. But that is not true, and waiting for that kind of permission is keeping you attached to things longer than you should be. You are allowed to step back from a connection because it consistently leaves you less than you were before you engaged. You are allowed to reduce contact with someone because their presence reliably clouds your thinking. You're allowed to let a conversation become less frequent because you have noticed that those conversations keep redirecting you toward old ground you have already walked away from. None of that requires an accusation or an explanation. It simply requires honesty with yourself and the willingness to act on what you know. Do this gently. Do it without contempt. Do it without broadcasting your reasoning to everyone around you, but do it. A quiet withdrawal is still a choice you are permitted to make. A gradual reduction in frequency is still a valid response to what your spirit has been consistently telling you. You do not owe every person in your life unlimited access to your time, your thoughts, your emotional labor, and your attention. Those are finite resources, and they belong first to the life I am building in you. Here is something I want to settle in you permanently. The people I am placing in your life next, the ones I am preparing to walk with you into what comes after this season, they are people who will make your spirit feel larger, not smaller. They will make your thinking feel clearer after time with them, not murkier. They will speak honestly to you, even when honesty requires courage on their part. They will not require you to shrink yourself or soften your discernment in order to maintain closeness with them. They will not be threatened by the version of you that is becoming more whole and more settled. But those people cannot arrive in your life at the depth they are meant to if the space they would occupy is still full of connections that are slowly draining it. I am not making room in your life to leave it empty. I am making room so that something better can fully inhabit it. Trust the shifting. Trust that what is fading was not abandoned carelessly. Trust that I am curating, not clearing out. In the meantime, bring the people you are stepping back from into your prayers, not to fix them, not to manage their lives from a distance, but simply to release them to me properly. Let me be the one who tends to what they need. Let me be responsible for what happens in their story. Your stepping back does not mean they are forgotten. It means you are handing them to someone more capable of carrying them than you are. And it means you are finally picking up the version of your own life that has been waiting for you to have both hands free. I also want to speak to the guilt that has followed you whenever you have tried to protect your inner world. You have been told, in ways both spoken and unspoken, that needing space makes you selfish. That belief has been working against you for a long time. Generosity is real, and I value it in you. But it was never meant to mean a complete absence of self-protection. Even a field must lie fallow sometimes in order to yield again. Appropriate limits are not the enemy of love. They are often what keeps love from being entirely spent. Come forward. Not with everything resolved. Not with perfect clarity about every relationship and every person. Just come forward with the willingness to act on what you already know and trust that I will handle what your stepping back leaves behind. There is one more thing I need to address with you before we move toward the end of what I am saying. It is something that has caused you significant harm in the past, and it is active in your life again right now. It is the feeling of urgency. the sense that something must be decided immediately, the pressure that builds inside you when a person, a situation, or your own mind begins insisting that there is no time to pause, no room to think it through, no space for a careful prayer before the answer is required. I need you to hear this clearly. That kind of urgency almost never comes from me. I move with authority, yes. I call you to action at times. I ask you to trust and step forward into things that are not yet fully clear to you. But I do not use panic as a tool. I do not depend on you being overwhelmed in order to get your cooperation. I do not create situations where the only way to obey me is to bypass your own discernment entirely. That is not my method. What you feel when I am genuinely leading you, even in the most courageous, most uncertain steps, is a deep steadiness beneath the challenge. A kind of settled clarity underneath whatever discomfort the obedience carries. Peace does not mean no difficulty, but it does mean a particular quality of stillness in your spirit that does not disappear the moment you stop running on emotion. What you feel, on the other hand, when pressure is driving you, when something other than my voice is demanding a response, is a quality of racing that does not settle when you try to slow it down. A tightness that grows louder the longer you do not give an answer. A sense that the entire opportunity will dissolve if you take even a few hours to pray and think clearly. That quality of pressure is not a holy nudge. It is a mechanism. It is designed to move you before your reasoning has time to arrive. And if you look back honestly at the decisions in your life that produced the most lasting difficulty, the ones you are still carrying the weight of, many of them were made in exactly that condition. Not from deliberate rebellion, not from choosing darkness with full knowledge, but from hurry. From the moment where the emotional pressure became so intense that agreeing felt like the only way to breathe again. From the split-second choice made when your spirit was too fatigued to hold its ground, and everything inside you simply wanted the pressure to stop. That is not your failure alone. Pressure is a real force, and it works. But now you know how it works, and knowing changes the response you are allowed to give it. The next time you feel that rush rising, that urgent insistence that you must decide now, must respond immediately, must commit before you have had a chance to pray, I want you to do one thing. Stop. Not forever. Not even for long. Simply stop long enough to ask, does this carry peace underneath it? Can this survive my honest prayer? Will this still feel true after I have given my spirit an hour to settle? Because here is what I know with certainty. Anything that is genuinely from me can wait for your prayer. Anything truly meant for you does not evaporate the moment you choose to seek my guidance first. What I have ordained for your life is not so fragile that your pause will destroy it. If something disappears the moment you decide to pray before answering, let it go without grief. What can only survive the absence of your discernment was never something I placed in your path. The voice of pressure says, decide now or lose it. My voice says, bring it to me first, and what is real will still be standing when you return. I want you to train yourself to notice the difference between those two qualities. Not by their volume. Pressure can shout, and I can speak quietly. Not by their tone. Pressure can imitate gentleness, but by what they do when you press pause. Pressure increases when you pause. It escalates. It becomes more insistent. It adds new reasons why waiting is dangerous, why delay will cost you, why the window is already closing. My leading does not do that. It stays consistent. It does not require the destabilization of your peace in order to remain persuasive. This matters practically right now in whatever situation is generating urgency in your life. Whatever is pushing at you in this season, a person demanding an answer, an old door pulling at you, an old pattern reasserting itself with new intensity. Bring it to stillness before you bring it to action. Sit down with it honestly. Name it in prayer. Ask me plainly whether it belongs in your life and whether now is the time. And then be patient enough to wait for clarity before you move. There is also a practical difference worth naming. Holy conviction is consistent. When I am genuinely asking you to do something, the sense of it remains steady whether you pause or press forward. Anxious pressure, by contrast, feeds on attention. The longer you sit with it without acting, the louder it gets. Recognizing that pattern alone can protect you from decisions you would not be able to undo. Say, "I receive this," if these words are speaking directly to something you are navigating right now. You are allowed to take time. You are allowed to say, "I am not ready to answer this yet." You are allowed to slow down without losing anything that was genuinely meant to stay. The patience you offer to a decision is not weakness. It is the single most protective thing you can do in a moment when pressure is telling you to run. Slow down. Come to me. And let truth speak before urgency has a chance to sign your name to something that was never truly yours to carry. I want to close this conversation with the hardest truth I have spoken today, because I think it is the one you most need to sit with. You are standing at a point of decision. You have been here before, and in previous versions of this moment, you made the choice based on which path hurt less in the immediate hour. The path of letting something go felt sharp and immediate and real. The path of holding on felt easier, softer, more survivable. So you chose what hurt less right now, without fully accounting for what that choice was going to cost you over the following months. I want you to understand the difference between those two kinds of pain, not so that you feel guilty about the past, but so that you make a different calculation going forward. The pain that comes from obedience is immediate. You feel it the moment you make the right choice. You feel the ache of a door closing, the weight of an absence, the discomfort of a boundary held, the strange grief of saying no to something your heart still wants. That pain is real. I am not going to tell you it is not. It costs something genuine to choose rightly when everything in you is pulling in another direction. But that pain has a direction. It moves forward. It begins to diminish with time as the right choice takes root and begins producing something in your life. The space that seemed so empty after a right decision begins slowly filling with clarity, with settled thinking, with a deeper kind of peace that does not require constant maintenance or negotiation, with the capacity to hear my voice more cleanly because the interference has been removed. The obedient choice that cost you so much in the moment is the same choice that months from now you will look back on as the one that finally allowed something good to take hold. The pain that comes from continuing to go against what you know, that pain moves differently. It begins quietly. There is relief at first. The pressure of the immediate moment releases. The familiar comfort returns. And for a while, it seems like the right choice was the one that felt easier. But underneath, slowly, in places you do not examine every day, something is accumulating. A dullness that settles over your spirit a little at a time. A growing distance from the clarity you once had. A creeping awareness that the decision you made is now requiring more and more maintenance, more justification, more rationalizing, more effort to keep the unease quiet. And the more you maintain it, the more entangled you become. That is the nature of the wrong path. It does not immediately announce its cost. It spreads the cost out over time in small daily losses, until one day you look up and realize you have traveled a great distance from where you were meant to be. And the return journey is longer now than it needed to be. My child, I am telling you this because I want you to choose the clean pain, the sharp, immediate, fully felt pain of the right decision. I want you to choose it not because I enjoy watching you struggle, but because I know exactly what waits on the other side of it. I have seen the whole road. You are standing at the beginning of a stretch that looks difficult, but I have seen where it opens up. I have seen what is waiting for you past the discomfort of this choice. And I am telling you clearly, it is worth it. The price of obedience today is small compared to the cost of another long season of circling the same ground. I do not ask you to pretend the right choice is easy. I do not ask you to manufacture happiness about a decision that genuinely costs you something. I ask only for honesty and the willingness to act on what you know, even when it hurts. Especially when it hurts. Because that is where faith actually lives. Not in the moments when following me costs you nothing, but in the moments when it asks you for something real. You've been walking with me long enough to have evidence. Look back at the right choices you made in the past that were painful in the moment. Look at what those choices eventually built. Look at the seasons that followed the hard decisions, the ones where you held the line or let something go or stepped back when every part of you wanted to stay. Look at what grew in the aftermath. That is the testimony. Not of a life without difficulty, but of a life where difficulty was allowed to produce something lasting, rather than simply prolonged. I'm with you in what comes next, not watching from a distance to see whether you get it right. Present, close, walking directly beside you through whatever the next hours and days require. When the discomfort of the right decision rises, I will be there in it with you. When the temptation to reverse the choice and go back to what was easier returns, and it will return, probably more than once, I will be the voice steady enough to hold you if you stay near me. Stay near me. Not just in the crisis moments, in the quiet, ordinary moments too. In the mornings before the day puts its full weight on you. In the pauses between one thing and the next. Let me be the voice you return to consistently, until my company feels more natural than the noise that has been filling the space instead. This is not the end of what I am building in you. It is a turning point in the middle of it. What you choose today does not determine everything, but it matters. It matters more than you have been willing to sit with. So, sit with it now. Let the weight of it land fully, and then choose the right thing, not for how it feels in this hour, but for what it will build in all the hours that follow. I am not finished with your story, not even close, and what comes next is better than what you are holding on to now. Say yes if you are ready to take the next step forward with me today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, the day did not have to bring you to this moment. You could have kept moving, kept filling the hours with everything that calls for your attention. But something held you here. Something in you paused, settled, and said, "Listen, that was not your own idea. That was me. I am speaking to you now, not to a crowd, not to a general audience, to you exactly as you are in this hour, with whatever is sitting heavy in your chest, with whatever questions have been circling in your mind, with whatever hope you have been afraid to voice out loud in case it fell apart again. I am speaking directly into that place. The weight you have been carrying is not invisible to me. You have walked into this moment carrying more than most people around you realize. You have been managing things that have no easy name. Worries that begin the moment your eyes open in the morning. A fatigue that sleep alone cannot fix. A quietness inside you where something used to live. You have been surviving, my child, at a level far below what I created you for. And part of you already knows this. Do not brush past that knowing. That ache is not weakness. That recognition, the sense that something is not right, that life should not feel this heavy, that you were made for more than what you have been enduring. That is your soul telling the truth. And I am not offended by it. I am answering it. I did not create you for this weight. I created you for peace. Not the shallow kind that arrives when problems resolve and leaves the moment they return, but the deep kind, the settled kind, the kind that holds firm when circumstances do not change, because it is rooted in me rather than in what surrounds you. You have been looking for that peace in outcomes, in people, in the resolution of things that have not yet resolved. And when those places failed to hold it, you pushed on, and you are still here. But hear me clearly now. I did not bring you to this moment to tell you to push through again. I brought you here to tell you something has changed. Declare your amen if you believe this word is reaching your spirit today. My child, there is a place within you that is quieter than thought, deeper than emotion, beyond the reach of the noise that has surrounded you for so long. That place has always known my voice, even in the seasons when your mind was too crowded to hear it clearly. And I am speaking to that place right now, not from a distance, not from somewhere above the details of your life, but from right here, closer to you than you are to your own breath. You have carried the impression that I am somewhere beyond your reach, that to find me you must first get your life in order, or your faith stronger, or your heart cleaner, that my closeness is something you must earn, rather than something you may simply receive. My child, that impression was never true. I did not make you fight your way to me. I came to you. I have always come to you. Not because your belief was steady enough, or your prayers eloquent enough, or your record clean enough. I came because you are mine, and I do not abandon what belongs to me. Something drew you to this moment. You may call it chance, or idle drifting, or the restless movement of a tired mind. But I tell you, nothing that brings a heart closer to my voice is accidental. I arranged this. I placed this in your path at this hour, not as a coincidence, but as an appointment. Heaven does not deal in coincidence when it comes to the ones it loves. The world around you is loud. It fills every available space with urgency and noise and the constant measuring of your life against lives that are not yours. It takes the quiet places and crowds them before you can rest in them. And you have been living inside that noise for a long time. So long that stillness has begun to feel unfamiliar. So long that a moment of quiet sometimes seems like something has gone wrong. But nothing has gone wrong. Stillness is where I have been waiting for you. It is where I speak without competition. It is where the truth of what I have declared over your life can finally reach you without being drowned out. So stay here with me. Let this moment become more than words passing through a tired mind. Let it become a meeting. Let what I am speaking go down into the places where you have been running on empty, into the parts of you that have been quietly losing their grip on hope. I have something to say to those places, and what I say to them today is going to change how you walk forward from this hour. My beloved child, every road you have traveled, every season that shaped you, every detour you did not choose, every chapter you would not have written for yourself, has been moving within my sight, I have not lost track of you. I have not set you aside and forgotten to return. You have been before me all along, even in the moments when you were most certain you were invisible. You were never invisible. You have never been invisible. You did not arrive here by accident. Heaven called you here. And heaven calls you because something in your life is about to shift. Stay with me. There is more I need you to hear. My child, the noise of the world does not only live outside you, it takes up residence within you. The unresolved arguments, the old memories that replay without invitation, the fear that knows exactly when to speak. You have been listening to those voices for so long, they have begun to sound like reason. They have begun to sound like wisdom. But I tell you now, not every voice that speaks loudly is telling the truth, and not every voice that speaks quietly should be dismissed. I have been speaking quietly. I have been the still presence beneath the restlessness. I have been the peace that kept returning even when you expected it to give up on you. I have been steady in every season you have walked through, and I am steady now. My child, I want to teach you something about how I speak, because there is a lie you have absorbed from the world around you. A lie that says a voice must be loud to be trustworthy, that power must announce itself, that divine authority should rattle the room and leave no room for doubt. You have been waiting for a voice like thunder, but I often come like the light that enters a room before dawn fully arrives. Not dramatic, not loud, just present and growing. The prophet stood at the mountain. Before me there came wind violent enough to tear the rocks apart. There was shaking. There was fire. And after all of that passed, my voice came in a sound so still and gentle, it could only be heard by a heart that was genuinely listening. Not the wind, not the earthquake, not the fire, a gentle whisper. I was not absent from the storm, but I was not contained in it. I was in the whisper. My beloved child, I am not withholding the thunder because I lack authority. I come gently because I respect the soul I am speaking to. I do not need to overwhelm you to reach you. I do not need to shake the ground beneath your feet to prove I am near. The deepest room in you does not open to force. It opens to love. And love knows how to enter quietly. This is why I am asking you to slow down. Not as punishment, not as delay, but because the place where I meet you most deeply is not on the surface of a rushing life. It is in the still room beneath the movement, where your defenses come down, where the performance stops, where you no longer need to hold the shape of someone who is coping. That room is where I do my most real work. And that is where I am meeting you right now. There is something I want to show you. A quiet night long ago, and a young heart learning for the first time that heaven calls by name. The boy Samuel was resting in the temple. The lamp had not gone out. The house was still. And in that stillness, I called his name. I did not call him into a crowd. I did not begin in spectacle or noise. I came in the ordinary dark of a sleeping house when everything was quiet enough for a single name to matter. My child, that is often how I begin. In hidden places, when no one else is watching. When the soul is quiet enough to be interrupted by something that doesn't belong to the ordinary world. When Samuel heard my call, he did not understand it immediately. He ran to Eli thinking a human voice had spoken. He heard correctly, but his interpretation was still forming. And here is what I want you to see. I did not abandon him because he got it wrong the first time. I called again and again. Each time he rose, each time he returned confused, Something in him was being drawn nearer to recognition. The call was not wasted just because it was not immediately understood. My beloved child, I have been calling you in ways you have not always recognized, through a quiet conviction that returned when you tried to silence it, through a door that closed and would not reopen no matter how hard you pressed against it, through a peace that stayed in you during a season that had no logical reason to produce peace, through a sense of longing, not for things, but for something more real than what the world had been offering you. That was my voice, not speaking in language, but speaking through your life. Do not be hard on yourself for the times you mistook my voice for something else. Samuel was in the temple, close to me, and he still needed 3 calls before he understood. A listening heart grows through the calling, not only at the point of recognition. There is something holy about becoming available before you know what will be required of you. Many only want to hear from me if the answer confirms what they already desire. Many say they want direction, but they resist the quiet place where direction is actually given. They want a voice that fits their schedule and their expectations. But I do not bend my voice to meet your expectations. I invite your heart to come and meet me where I already am. Samuel's simple response changed everything, not because the sentence was impressive, "Speak, Lord, for I am listening," but because his heart became genuinely available. He was not performing. He was not pretending certainty he did not have. He was a young heart in the dark saying, "I am here, speak." That was enough. My child, that same availability is enough from you. You do not need to arrive at me with polished words or unwavering certainty or a faith that has never stumbled. You need only to become present. A whispered yes can open what years of striving could not. A sincere "here I am" can become the beginning of a new chapter in your life. The path that Samuel walked, the path of learning to hear, learning to trust, learning to carry the word that was given to him, began in one quiet night with one honest response. Your path forward is no different. It begins not with more effort, but with more surrender. It begins not with getting louder, but with becoming still enough to receive what I have already been speaking. My beloved child, peace is often the doorway through which clarity comes. When your heart is frantic, every option looks like danger. But when my peace enters, the path does not always become easier, yet it becomes clearer. You begin to sense what is aligned with my character. You begin to recognize the difference between holy conviction and tormenting accusation. You begin to understand which voice is mine. I am teaching you to hear me. I am teaching you to trust the quiet. I am teaching you to wait in stillness without calling it abandonment. This is not a small lesson. It is the foundation of everything else I want to build in your life. My child, now I need to speak to something you have been carrying alone. Something you have not fully put into words, not even to yourself, because putting it into words would make it more real than you have had the strength to face. But I see it. I have always seen it. You have lived inside a weight that most people around you did not recognize. Not because they were cruel, though some were, but because the heaviest burdens are often the invisible ones. The ones that do not show on the outside. The ones you learn to cover with a steady voice and a managed expression, and the practiced art of seeming fine when you were not fine at all. I watched you do it. Day after day, I watched you walk into rooms carrying more than anyone in those rooms understood. I watched you answer questions about how you were doing with words that were true enough to say, but not true enough to satisfy the deeper question. I watched you smile when your chest was tight. I watched you give when you were already empty. I watched you encourage others during seasons when you were quietly losing your own footing. My child, I am not telling you this to make you feel exposed. I am telling you because I want you to know. Nothing you were carrying was hidden from me. Not the weight of the nights when your thoughts would not quiet. Not the grief you carried for things you could not explain to anyone because you were not sure anyone would understand. Not the loneliness that sat beside you even in rooms full of people. Not the low, persistent ache of a life that felt like it was supposed to be something more than what it had become. I know how many mornings you woke already tired. Not tired from lack of sleep, but tired from the effort of holding everything together. The effort of managing fear, managing disappointment, managing the gap between the life you were living and the life your spirit knew was possible. That kind of tired goes all the way down. It is not fixed by a night of rest or a change of scenery. It is fixed only by what I am bringing to you now. And I want you to know something else. The battles you fought inside yourself, the ones no one saw, the ones that left no visible mark, those were real battles. They cost you something. The courage it took to keep moving when you felt like stopping. The strength it took to trust when trust had been broken. The hope it took to hold on when holding on felt like the least sensible thing you could do. None of that was small. Heaven witnessed it. And heaven does not witness things and forget them. Say, I receive, if you believe heaven has been watching over your life. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. My child, there were moments you came very close to giving up, not in a way that announced itself, but in a quiet, interior way. The slow withdrawal of hope, the gradual dimming of expectation, the almost imperceptible shrinking of what you allowed yourself to believe was possible for your life. You didn't tell anyone. But I felt it. I felt every small retreat, every quiet surrender, every moment your spirit said, perhaps this is all there is for me. And every time you reached that place, I stepped in, not always visibly, not always in a way you could point to and call miraculous. Sometimes it was as small as a breath of calm that came when the panic should have increased. Sometimes it was a word from someone who could not have known what you needed to hear, and yet somehow said it. Sometimes it was a moment of unexpected peace that had no logical explanation given everything that was happening around you. That was me, moving in the hidden places, refusing to let you fall past the point of return. You thought you kept going because of some resilience buried inside you, and you are not wrong. That resilience is real. But it was sustained by something more than your own reserves. I held you when your own strength ran out. I carried parts of your life that you did not know I was carrying. I walked into places in your story that you thought you were walking alone, and I walked them with you. Nothing you endured was watched from a distance. Not one moment of your breaking was observed without my presence beside you. I did not stand apart and simply record your suffering. I was in it with you. And because I was in it with you, it did not destroy you. It bent you in ways that cost you greatly, but it did not break you completely. And that was not luck. That was me. My child, you carried responsibilities that were too heavy for one heart. You carried pain from people who should have known better. You carried guilt over things that were never your fault, and shame over seasons you did not choose. All of it layered itself over your spirit until you could not fully remember what it felt like to move lightly through a day. And still, you kept showing up. Still, you kept trying. Still, you kept giving to others what you were struggling to give to yourself. I saw the courage in that. Not the loud, visible courage that the world celebrates, but the quiet, daily courage of someone who keeps choosing to live with integrity when it would be easier not to. That kind of courage matters to me. It does not go unseen in heaven, even when it goes unseen on earth. I am not done with your story. I have never been done with your story. And what I am preparing to do next in your life will make sense of much that you have been carrying, not because suffering is meant to be romanticized, but because nothing you have walked through has left my hands without being shaped into something that will serve you. The hardest chapters of your life are not the final word. They are the ground that something new is being built upon. My child, I need you to hear what I am about to say, not with the surface of your mind, with the deep place within you that I have been drawing close throughout this moment. Because what I am about to declare over your life is not a comfort offered to make the present easier. It is a statement of what heaven has already decided. The season that has been wearing you down is over. Not eventually. Not when circumstances shift. Not when the right doors open or the right people arrive or the right amount of time has passed. Over. The long chapter that drained your strength, confused your direction, and made you question things you should never have had to question. That chapter has reached its appointed end. I am closing it myself. And what I close, nothing and no one on earth or beneath it can reopen. You may ask me, how can you say it is finished when I can still feel the weight of it? And I will answer you with truth. Things end in the unseen before they end in the felt. A season closes in heaven before the soul on earth has caught up to it. Freedom is declared in the spiritual world before it manifests fully in the physical one. You have already stepped out of what was holding you. Your spirit is ahead of your emotions right now. Your emotions are adjusting to a reality that heaven has already sealed. The moment I spoke these words, the grip of that season loosened. The moment I declared the shift, the darkness lost its authority over this chapter of your life. You are catching up to something heaven has already done. My child, no old battle will follow you into what I am opening next. What tried to destroy you in the season behind you has no access to the one I am stepping you into. The fear that chained your thinking, the confusion that clouded your purpose, the heaviness that sat on your chest in the night, none of it has been given permission to cross into your new beginning. I have put a wall between your yesterday and your tomorrow, a wall built not by your effort, but by my word. And my word stands. The relationships that drained you will not enter. The cycles that left you exhausted will not repeat. The voices that lied to you about your worth, your future, your place in this world, those voices have been cut off from you. Not every ending you experienced was a loss. Some of what fell away was removed precisely because it could not have traveled with you where I am taking you. I was clearing the road before you knew the road was changing. There were things you mourned that I removed on purpose. Opportunities that died, doors that shut, paths that closed even when you pushed against them with everything you had. You stood before those closures in grief and in confusion. You asked me why. You asked why the thing you worked toward or prayed for or invested in would not remain. And I am telling you now, those endings were not failures. They were directions. I was not withholding good from you. I was protecting you from what would have kept you from the better thing I had already prepared. My beloved child, a pruned branch does not look blessed. It looks cut. It looks set back. It looks like loss. But pruning is not punishment. It is preparation for a fruit that the unpruned branch could not have carried. You have been pruned, and now you will bear what you could not have borne before. The enemy tried to make you read those endings as rejection. He tried to make you interpret my redirections as evidence that you were not wanted, not worthy, not chosen. He fed you the lie that the closed doors were confirmation of your worst fears about yourself. But not one of those closed doors was rejection from me. Every one of them was protection. I saw what was on the other side that you did not see, and I loved you enough to say no, even when you were asking with everything in you. My child, this is what I need you to carry forward. I am not a God who ignores the details of your life. I am not distant and indifferent to what happens in your days. I am present in the specific moments, in the specific doors, in the specific relationships and seasons and choices that have shaped where you stand today. Nothing was random. Nothing was left to chance. And none of it, not even the most painful part of it, happened outside of my awareness or beyond the reach of my redemption. The old season is finished. Your spirit knows it, even if your mind is still adjusting. Something has already shifted. The ground beneath you is not the same ground it was before this moment began. You are standing right now at the beginning of something new. And the new thing I build in your life will not resemble the ruins of what the old season left behind. It will be built on foundations the old season could not shake, because I am the one laying them. My beloved child, when heaven decides something concerning a life, earth moves to align with that decision. That is not a metaphor. That is how my authority works. I did not create you and then step back from the details. I am actively present in the story of your life, and I am active in this moment. I am declaring an end to what has been holding you, and I am declaring a beginning to what I have been preparing for you. You walked through a long night, but the night has an end. The morning I am releasing into your life is not the fragile kind that fades when the next difficulty arrives. It is a morning that changes the quality of everything that follows. It is a morning built on the truth of what I have declared over you, and that truth does not change with the weather of circumstances. Walk forward from this moment differently. Walk forward knowing that the chapter behind you has been closed by my hand. Walk forward knowing that what you are stepping into was not assembled in a hurry. I have been preparing this for longer than you have been waiting for it. And it is ready, and you are ready, even if readiness does not feel the way you thought it would. My child, I want to lift something for you now, something that will change the way you understand the battles you have walked through, because you have been carrying a story about those battles that is not fully true. And a false story about your suffering shapes how you see yourself, how you see the future, and how much you allow yourself to hope. The truth is this: you were not attacked because you were weak. You were attacked because you carry something that darkness feared. Let that settle for a moment. The pressure that came against your mind, the thoughts that told you that you were not enough, that tried to convince you to quit, that planted fear in places where I had planted purpose. That was not random. The waves of confusion that rose at the exact moments you were beginning to make progress. The sudden storms that broke out right when something good was forming in your life. Those were not coincidences. The timing of your hardest seasons was deliberate, and the deliberateness was not from me. It was from the one who saw what I placed in you and wanted to stop it before it could rise. The enemy is not stupid, my child. He does not waste energy on lives that have no impact. He does not fight what poses no threat. He targets what carries real potential and real light. And he targeted you. He saw the calling on your life before you fully understood it. He saw the person you were becoming through the refining of those difficult seasons. He saw the strength that was forming in you. He saw the wisdom that was developing in the places that hurt the most. He saw the compassion that was growing because you had walked through your own darkness and survived it. And all of that frightened him, because someone with your story, who has been through what you have been through, and still believes, still reaches for hope, still refuses to become hard, that person carries a dangerous kind of light. You thought you were barely surviving those seasons. You thought you were failing because the weight never seemed to lift fast enough, because the answers did not come when you asked for them, because the battles went on longer than you thought you could endure. But I tell you now, you were not failing. You were overcoming. And the enemy fought you hardest in those moments because he knew how close you were to breaking through to the place he never wanted you to reach. My child, in your most difficult seasons, heaven was fighting for you in ways you could not see. When fear pressed against your mind in the night, something held the line. When hopelessness tried to take root in your spirit, something in you remained that would not let it fully settle. When the darkness tried to convince you that your story was over, something kept you reaching. That was not only your will, that was my hand. Angels moved on your behalf. Paths of destruction were blocked before they reached you. Moments that were aimed at your breaking were redirected. You walked through some seasons without knowing how many things were being held back from you that were meant to do far more damage. You did not fall because heaven refused to let you fall. You thought it was your own endurance, and your endurance was real. But beneath it, sustaining it, was my protection. You were covered in seasons you did not know you were covered. Declare, I am chosen, if this truth is reaching a place in you that needed it. My beloved child, the attacks came against your mind. Thoughts that questioned your identity, your worth, your right to hope. The enemy knows that a person who does not know who they are is a person who cannot fully walk in what they were created for. So he aimed at the root. He aimed at your sense of self. He tried to make you forget who you are by burying the truth of it under enough pain, enough disappointment, enough silence, that the truth became hard to feel, even if you still believed it. But identity is not determined by how clearly you can feel it. Your identity was set by me, and what I set does not dissolve, because life became difficult. You are still who I said you are. Every season of confusion, every chapter of pain, every voice that tried to name you by your losses and your failures, none of it changed the name I placed on you. You are mine. That has not shifted, not 1 degree. The attacks also came against your relationships. People who should have been safe became sources of wounding. Trust was broken in places where trust should have been protected. Community failed you in moments when community was most needed, and I know how much that cost you. I know how the wounds from people who were supposed to love you well go deeper than wounds from strangers. I know how they change the way you approach trust after the fact. But hear me on this. I have not left your relational life in ruins. The relationships that were removed from you, whether by betrayal or simply by the natural ending of seasons, Those removals were not the final word on what is possible for you in love and in friendship and in belonging. I am building something new in that area of your life too. What I am bringing to you will not replicate the pain of what you lost. It will be built on different ground, steadier ground, ground I have prepared. Every attack that came against you missed its ultimate target. You are still here. You are still standing. You are still believing. And the life I have called you toward is not only still possible, it is now more possible because of what you have walked through and survived. My child, I want to take you somewhere now, into a place most people resist going because it requires looking at your story differently than pain has trained you to look at it. I want to show you the underside of the things you thought were losses. I want to show you what my hand was doing in the seasons that felt like silence. You have prayed prayers that were not answered the way you asked. You know this. There were specific requests, specific pleas, specific moments when you laid something before me and waited, and the answer that came back was not the one you needed it to be. And you interpreted those moments as evidence of one thing, that I was not listening, or that I was listening but did not care enough to act, or that something in you made you unworthy of the answer you were asking for. All of those interpretations were wrong. I want to correct them now. When I did not answer a prayer the way you asked, it was not because I was absent. It was because I was active, but in a different direction than the one you were pointing. My silence was not indifference. My silence was strategy. My no was not rejection. My no was protection. There were relationships you wanted to keep that I allowed to end. You prayed for them to be restored. You believed with real faith that things could change. And they did not change, not in the way you prayed. And you grieved that. You may still grieve it. But my child, if you could have seen what I saw, you would have wept with relief that those things ended. You were asking me to preserve something that would have cost you more than you could afford to spend. You were asking from the place of what you knew. I was deciding from the place of what I saw. And what I saw required a no. Those closed doors were not evidence of my distance. They were evidence of my nearness. I was close enough to your story to see what you could not see. I was active enough in your life to move things before they could reach you. The loss you felt was real. The pain of it was real. But the loss itself was a rescue, even when it did not feel like one. My beloved child, there were opportunities you tried to force into existence that would have led you down a path that narrowed rather than widened. You would have given years to something that would have ended in exhaustion and emptiness. You would have invested deeply in a direction that was not aligned with what I had placed in you. You would have settled, not because you lacked ambition, but because you did not yet know how to trust what I was doing in the delay. So, I closed those doors. Not to frustrate you, to free you from a smaller version of your life. And the delays, the seasons when forward motion seemed impossible, when you could not understand why things that should have moved were standing still. Those delays were not negligence on my part. I was working on layers you could not see. I was shifting people. I was moving timing into place. I was preparing you in ways that required more than you thought you needed. I was aligning the destination with the person you were still becoming. You could not step into what I had prepared until you had become what that place required. The delay was never about what you lacked. It was about what was still being completed in you and around you. My child, the unanswered prayers were not unanswered. They were answered differently. They were answered with a wisdom that will only become fully clear to you from a distance. There will come a moment, and some of you have already had glimpses of it, when you look back and understand why certain things did not go the way you planned. When you see how the no that broke your heart at the time was actually the hinge on which your story turned. When you recognize that the path you were trying to force would have taken you away from the life I was bringing you toward. I was not withholding from you when I redirected you. I was preparing you. I was not silent because I did not care. I was silent in the way a surgeon is silent, focused, intentional, working on what needs to be done rather than narrating every step. My silence in those seasons was active, not passive. I was present. I was working. I was fighting for your future in rooms you did not even know existed. My beloved child, every single thing in your story, the answered prayers and the redirected ones, the open doors and the closed ones, the seasons of abundance and the seasons of waiting, all of it has been within my sight. All of it has been held in my hands. Nothing fell through a gap. Nothing was lost to chance. Nothing in your life was left outside the reach of my purpose. So let the grief you carried over the closed doors begin to release. Let the anger you felt toward the endings that seemed cruel begin to soften into trust. Not because what happened was not painful. It was. But because the one who allowed it was not distant and careless. The one who allowed it was present and purposeful. And the purpose was always your good, always your protection, always the fuller life I have been building toward you. You are not a person who has been abandoned and redirected carelessly. You are a person who has been led, carefully, intentionally, with a love that did not flinch even when it had to say no to what you were asking for, in order to say yes to what I had already prepared. My child, this is where it all turns. This is the moment where what was behind you stops defining what is ahead of you. This is the crossing point, not a future one, not one that requires more time or more proving or more waiting. But this one, right here, in the breath you are drawing right now as these words settle into you, I am restoring you, not to the version of yourself that existed before the hard seasons. That person did not yet carry the depth you carry now. I am restoring you to the fullness of what I always intended you to be. The clarity you lost, I am giving it back. The confidence that was eroded by years of fighting battles you did not ask for, I am rebuilding it on ground that will not shift. The peace that was taken from you piece by piece, through disappointment and loss and the slow wearing down of hope, I am returning it, not in small amounts, but in a measure that matches what you surrendered. Joy is coming to you. And I do not mean a surface brightness that disappears when life applies pressure. I mean a deep-rooted joy that coexists with the hard things without being canceled by them. The kind that was in the psalm writer when he said, "You have turned my mourning into dancing." That kind. A joy that has passed through the fire and emerged something that fire cannot touch. Rest is coming to you. Not just the physical rest of a body that has been running too long, but the soul rest that comes when you finally stop carrying what was never yours to carry. When you set down the weight of outcomes you cannot control, the approval of people who were never meant to define you, the pressure of a timeline that was never in your hands to manage. When you let those things go, and I am helping you let them go, a rest enters your life that is entirely different from sleep. It is the rest of a soul that has found its ground again. Your sense of who you are is coming back to you. The long seasons of questioning your worth, your purpose, your place in this world. Those seasons are behind you now. What I say about you is not canceled by what those seasons said about you. You are not defined by the moments when you were most confused, most afraid, most alone. You are defined by the word I placed over you before the storm, and that word has not changed. The ones you love, those you carry in prayer, the people whose names live in the deepest places of your heart, I see them too. What I am doing in you is not sealed off from them. The peace that enters your life has a way of moving outward. The restoration that begins in one heart rarely stays contained to that one heart. What I give you will travel. It will reach them in ways neither you nor they will fully understand. Trust me with them the way you are learning to trust me with yourself. My beloved child, the life I am opening in front of you is not a replica of what you lost. It is not a patched-together version of your old hopes rearranged to feel new. It is something I have been constructing since long before you reached the end of your own strength and had to stop trying to build it yourself. I know exactly what this life is meant to hold. I know exactly who it is meant to reach. I know exactly what your spirit is built to carry and what will bring you alive in a way that no amount of striving ever could. You do not have to engineer it. You do not have to force it into existence. You do not have to figure out every step before you take the first one. You only have to walk with me, close enough to hear me, open enough to follow when I lead, trusting enough to rest in the steps you cannot yet see. That is all. That has always been all. My child, you have endured a long night, but here is what I need you to know as you step forward from this moment. You did not survive those seasons merely to return to ordinary living. You survived them to step into something your spirit has always known was possible. The ache you felt for more than what you had been living, that ache was not restlessness. That ache was accurate. It was pointing toward the life I was keeping for you while the storm was doing what storms do. The storm is finished. The life is here. And so am I, right beside you as you take the first steps into it. My child, you may feel the unfamiliarity of a life no longer defined by struggle. Peace can feel strange to a soul that has lived so long inside difficulty. Let that strangeness settle. This is what it feels like when the weight finally lifts. You do not have to earn your way into what I am giving you. Simply open your hands and receive. Declare, I trust you, Lord, if you are stepping forward into the new season I have opened for you today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
I came when you had nothing left. Not when you were managing. Not when you still had options on the table. I came at the exact moment the last option ran out. When the weight in your chest made breathing feel like work. When you closed your eyes that night, not sure you wanted to open them again. That is where I stepped in. Not before, not after. Right there in the middle of the wreck. You were not holding on by a thread when I arrived. The thread had already snapped. And that is not a coincidence. That is not me arriving late. It is me arriving at the only moment when what I bring can actually take root. When there is nothing left of your own effort to get in the way. I need you to understand something about how I work. I do not wait for you to compose yourself before I come near. I do not hold back until you are presentable, until you have it together, until things look better. I come into the mess. I walk into the wreck. That has always been my way. That is my way right now with you. You have spent a long time being strong for the people around you. not because it felt natural, but because showing what was really happening inside carried a cost. You learned that early. Vulnerability got you wounded. Openness made you a target. Honesty made people uncomfortable or careless or cruel. So you built something solid around the real version of yourself. Walls that were never meant to be permanent, but that became the architecture of your daily life. Those walls protected you. I understand why you built them. But the same structure that kept pain from getting in also locked pain inside with no way out. You have been sealed in there with it, carrying it alone, managing it quietly while continuing to function on the outside. Over time, the weight of that became heavier than the original wound. Declare, "I receive this," if these words are reaching your spirit right now. Today, I am asking you to bring those walls down. Not for the world. The world does not need to see this, but for me. Because I cannot reach what stays buried. I cannot restore what you will not let me touch. The healing I am bringing is not surface level. To get to what is underneath, I need access to what has been locked away. There are things you said out loud and things you swallowed in silence. There are nights that would not end and mornings you got up anyway. There are moments when you held it together in front of others and fell apart the second you were alone. I know all of it. Not as a record against you. As the exact landscape I am stepping into today with full intention to change. You have been trying to understand why this happened to you. Your mind has gone over it hundreds of times, looking for the angle that makes it make sense. The answer that would make the pain feel worthwhile. You have not found it, because that kind of answer does not come from analysis. It does not come from working through it harder or thinking about it longer. What I am bringing you today goes past the mind. It reaches the place where the damage actually lives. What broke you was not random. I am not telling you it was good or that it should have happened the way it did. But I will tell you this. I did not leave you to face it alone. I have been present in this situation longer than you have been aware of me. Every turn it took, I was already there, not watching from a safe distance. Inside the situation with you, working. You are still here. Let that settle for a moment. Everything that came against you, and you are still here. That is not just your resilience. Your resilience alone would have run dry long before now. What kept you standing when your own strength gave out was not your strength at all. It was something holding you that you did not place there yourself. I am the one who held you through the nights that should have broken you. I am the one who made a way when the weight was beyond what any person could carry on their own. I am not telling you this so you feel indebted. I am telling you so. You know what kind of God you are dealing with. The one who does not release what he holds. The one who does not abandon what he started. That is who is speaking to you right now. The pain you are carrying is not something I overlooked. There is no version of what you have been through that exists outside my awareness. I know the exact shape of what broke you. I know what you said to others and what you said to no one. I know the cost of the nights that had no end and the mornings you chose to stand anyway. None of it is beyond what I can reach. None of it is too far gone for what I intend to do. You are standing in what looks like ruin. I am standing in what I am about to build. Both things are true at the same time. The wreckage is real, and so is what I am about to do with it. My child, this is not the end of your story. It is the part of your story where I arrive. There is something that needs to be said about this moment you are in. Not every person who reaches this point stays long enough to hear what I have to say. Some leave, some shut down. Some manage the pain into numbness and go on without it ever really changing. You stayed. Whether that was a decision you made consciously or just the absence of enough strength to go anywhere else, you stayed. And that matters, because what I am bringing into this space requires you to be here for it. And you are here. The loneliness of suffering is its own category of pain. You can endure tremendous things if someone is walking alongside you. You can bear almost anything if the weight is shared. But when the pain is yours alone, when you carry it invisibly, when no one around you can see it or fully understand what it is costing you, that is when it becomes almost unbearable. That is the kind of pain you have been living with. You tried to describe it. You looked for the words, and either the words were not there, or when you found them, the person you gave them to could not hold them properly. They offered advice when you needed presence. They told you to be stronger when you needed acknowledgement. They moved on before you were ready. And after enough of that, you stopped trying. You sealed the pain inside and carried it alone. I need you to hear this clearly. Your pain is not dramatic. It is not an overreaction. There is nothing excessive about what you are feeling. You are genuinely hurt. The wound is real, and the fact that others could not see it, or could not sit with it, or did not have the capacity to stay, that says something about them. It says nothing about you. Say, "Yes, Lord, if you are ready to let me into this today." Here is what I want you to know about every moment you felt completely alone in this. I was there, not in a distant way, not as a passive observer recording what happened. Present, engaged, close. In the silence of the nights that had no end, I was in that silence. In the moments you could not speak what you were going through, I already knew. You were not unheard simply because no human voice answered. I moved quietly in those seasons. A thought that arrived out of nowhere and steadied you for one more day. A moment of unexplained peace in the middle of the worst stretch. Something that reached you at exactly the right time and felt like too much of a coincidence to be random. Those were not accidents. Those were deliberate, quiet interventions, but mine. You cannot know how many things I turned back from you in the darkest stretch. How many times I redirected what was heading toward you. The battles you never had to fight because I stopped them before they reached you. You did not see any of that. You were not meant to, but it happened. And you are still here in part because of it. The loneliness told you that you were forgotten. It told you that your situation was too small for heaven's attention, or too complicated for a solution, or that you had been left to navigate it on your own. Every one of those was a lie. The loneliness of pain is one of the cruelest distortions in existence, because it takes a wound that is already real and adds a false verdict to it. That verdict is not what I say about you. You are not a person I am tolerating from a distance. You are not a case number. You are not someone whose prayers are stacking up unanswered. You are the one I am speaking to right now, directly, specifically, with full attention. This is not a general broadcast. It is a personal word, and what I have to say to you is shaped by your actual situation. Your history, your story. I know every detail of it. Your suffering did not happen in a vacuum. I was watching, not like a distant audience observing a spectacle, but like a father who cannot leave the room no matter what happens. There is no depth of pain that put you outside my reach. There is no darkness that made you invisible to me. You felt alone. That feeling was real. But the feeling was not the truth. The truth was that I was right there. I know what it cost you to keep going on the days you had no reason to. I know the specific conversations that cut deeper than they should have. I know the moment you realized a certain person was not going to come through for you. I know the night you decided not to ask for help anymore because asking had produced too much disappointment. I know all of it. None of it changed how I see you. None of it altered what I intend to do in your life. You have been seen, not from a vantage point outside your pain, but from inside it. That is where I have been all along, and now I am moving, not just to comfort you, but to change the actual situation. What I am doing goes beyond words that lift you for a season. It goes to the source. It addresses the root. And when I am finished, the isolation you carried will not just be managed. It will be replaced by something you have not yet experienced. The deep, settled knowledge that you are held. The double weight you have been carrying, the actual pain and the isolation of carrying it, ends here. Not because the circumstances have all changed yet, but because I am stepping into both. Into the wound itself, and into the empty space around it that felt so hollow. I am filling that space. You are not alone in this. You have not been. And from this point forward, that truth needs to settle in you like a foundation. Not a feeling that comes and goes, but a fact you return to even when the feeling is gone. What I am about to do in your life is not a surface adjustment. It is not a patch over the damage. Many things that call themselves healing are really just management. They keep the wound from getting worse, but they do not close it. They reduce the symptoms without reaching the cause. What I am bringing is different. I am going to the origin of the pain, the actual source. And that requires something from you that is harder than endurance. It requires honesty about what is actually there. There are rooms inside you that have been locked for a long time, not out of stubbornness, out of protection. You shut those doors because what was behind them was too heavy to carry and too dangerous to expose. You learned that bringing certain things into the light meant becoming vulnerable in ways that had cost you before. So you locked the doors and kept moving. Life, to outside observers, appeared to continue normally. But those rooms do not stay still. What is sealed inside does not remain contained forever. It finds other exits. It surfaces as responses that seem disproportionate, as a heaviness with no clear source, as a pattern that repeats across different situations and different people, because the root of it has never been addressed. You have noticed this. You have wondered why certain wounds keep reopening. The answer is that the cause was never removed. It was only covered. That is what I am here to change. Not with a temporary measure, with actual removal of the root. This process does not depend on your ability to explain what happened or your ability to make sense of it. It does not require you to have the right words. It only requires that you bring what you have carried and place it in my hands without holding part of it back. That is the condition. Not performance, not perfection. Just surrender of the weight. There is an act of faith I want to speak to you about in this moment. Something that matters. Not because I need anything from you, but because the act itself changes the posture of your heart. When you release something of real weight in genuine trust, you are making a declaration in the unseen that your security does not rest in what you hold, but in who holds you. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I'm preparing. There is a difference between believing in my provision in theory and acting as though it is real. What you release in genuine trust becomes a point of activation, not because of the amount, but because of what the act declares about where your confidence rests. It declares that I am your source, that what you have comes from me and can be returned to me, that you are not holding on to survival with clenched hands, but walking open-handed with a God who does not run short. The healing I am bringing is comprehensive. It is not confined to the emotional. It is not limited to the spiritual. Every area that has suffered damage is within the range of what I am addressing now. The places that have been stuck for years, the doors that have seemed permanently closed, the ground that has felt like it produces nothing, no matter how much effort you put in. I am moving through all of it, not in sequence, in fullness. You have been reaching toward me for a long time. Some of those prayers were spoken with full faith. Some were spoken with doubt, but you said them anyway. Some were spoken when you had almost nothing left to believe with. Just the decision to reach out one more time, even though the last time felt like silence. I received all of it, not based on the strength of the faith behind each prayer, but because you kept coming. That persistence is its own kind of faith. I have not missed a single moment of it. The thing about deep healing is that it asks you to feel things you have been successfully avoiding. That is not punishment. It is the only way through. You cannot drive around a wound to get past it. You have to go through it to reach the other side. But you do not go through it alone. I am in the going through with you. Not watching, not coaching from a distance. Present in every part of it, carrying what you cannot carry, moving through what would stop you on your own. What is coming on the other side of this is not a slightly improved version of what you have known. It is new ground, a life that does not look like the one you have been managing. I am not restoring you to where you were before the pain. I am taking you somewhere you have not been yet. The destination I am building toward is not a return to the past. It is a forward movement into something that has been waiting for this exact season, for the work happening right now to be complete. My child, the doors I open are not the ones you could have unlocked yourself. The path I am carving is not one you could have found on your own. What is ahead of you was designed for who you are becoming through this, not who you were when it started. It was always the plan. The plan has not changed. It is still in motion. There is something that happened in you during the hardest stretch, something that did not happen because of the pain, but that could not have surfaced any other way. The difficulty did not manufacture it. It uncovered it. Certain things in a person only become visible under pressure. Certain strengths only emerge when the comfortable options are removed. What I saw in you in your lowest season was not a weaker version of you. It was a version you had never had to bring to the surface before. I watched how you moved through what should have stopped you, how you got up on days when you had nothing left, how you kept reaching, even a threat of it, in conditions where reaching made no logical sense. That is not ordinary. That is not something every person does. And it did not come from nowhere. It was always in you. The pressure just gave it a reason to appear. Joseph is someone I want you to think about. not as a tidy parable, but as a real account of how I work. He was betrayed by those closest to him. He was sold and discarded, and left in a place with no exit and no advocate. Years passed without any visible change in his situation. The conditions around him had no reason to produce anything good. And yet, I was moving in every season, including the ones that looked like nothing. When the moment arrived, it arrived completely. The reversal was total. What had been used to break him became the exact context through which everything I had promised him was fulfilled. What I want you to hold from that is this. Joseph did not understand what I was doing while I was doing it. He was not walking through those years with a clear map. He was walking with uncertainty, with grief, with the weight of injustice that had no explanation. The faithfulness was not based on clarity. It was based on something else. A refusal to let the circumstances define who he was. That is what I am asking of you. Not that you understand every step, that you stay. What the long season produced in you is real, even if you cannot name it yet. There is a steadiness in you now that was not there before, a capacity to hold difficulty without immediately falling apart. A way of moving through things that carries more depth than it used to. You may not feel that. You may feel depleted. But depletion and depth are not the same thing. What was uncovered in you through this does not disappear when the feeling of strength is low. I also want to speak to the wounds that came from other people. The ones who should have stayed and did not. The ones who promised and did not deliver. The ones who saw you struggling and moved on. I know those specific wounds. I know which ones are still open. I know which ones you have tried to close on your own by deciding that needing others is a liability. Those conclusions are understandable. They will also limit your future if they stay in place. What I am going to do about those wounds is not ask you to simply forgive and move on as though nothing happened. Forgiveness is real, and I will walk you through it. But it is not a feeling you generate on command. It is a process, and I will be in it with you. What I will say now is this. What those people did is not the final word on what you are worth. I am the one who determines that, and what I say is different from what their actions communicated. The part of you that has been guarded since those wounds, the part that holds back, that expects disappointment before it arrives, that has quietly decided trust is too high a cost. I see that part. I am not going to force it open, but I'm going to work on the damage underneath it, steadily, until the guardedness no longer has the same reason to exist. That work has already begun. There are things you experienced that no amount of reframing changes. Some of what you went through simply needed to be mourned, not explained, not turned into a lesson. Mourned. Grief over real loss is not a failure of faith. It is the honest response of a person who loved and lost, who invested and was not returned to. I allowed you the full weight of that. I still do. But grief was never meant to become a permanent residence. It was meant to move, to pass through and leave something changed on the other side. What I am bringing you into now involves movement, out of the ground where you have been standing, and into territory that is already prepared. That move is not a betrayal of the past. It is simply what comes next, and I am the one leading it. You are not going to this new place the way you would have gone before all this happened. Something in the way you move has changed. The way you listen is deeper. The way you read situations is sharper. The way you extend to others who are struggling is more direct and more real, because you are speaking from lived ground, not theory. These are not consolation prizes for what you went through. They are genuine capacities. They belong to you now. I want to be clear about something. The difficulty you went through was not payment for what I am about to give you. I do not operate that way. What I bring freely, not as a reward for suffering, not a settlement for what you endured. What happened in the difficult season has value not because it earned something, but because it changed something. The change is real. It is in you. And I am going to build on it. There is a version of your story that other people need to hear. Not to make your pain useful to them before it has been dealt with in you. But eventually, when the time is right, what you have lived through will be exactly what someone else needs. Not a polished account with the struggle edited out. The real account, with the weight still in it. That kind of testimony opens something in a person that no amount of doctrine can. I know when that time will come. You do not need to carry that as a pressure now. Just know that nothing you went through was wasted. I do not waste anything. You have reached the point where what I am doing is going to become visible. There is a season of hidden work that comes before every visible shift. And I will not apologize for the hiddenness. What is built underground is what determines how high the structure above it can rise. The work I have been doing in the unseen season is approaching completion. And what comes out of it is not going to be subtle. The situation you are looking at right now, the one that appears to have no door, no exit, no movement, is not the final picture. What looks like a sealed wall to you looks different from where I stand. I see what's on the other side. I see the route. I see the timing, and I am already moving in it. Your job is not to figure out how it opens. Your job is to stay positioned so that when it does, you are standing there to walk through. Let me tell you about Moses at the water's edge, not the version that sounds neat in retrospect. The actual version. A massive force was closing in from behind. An impossibly wide body of water stood in front. There was no path in either direction. Everyone standing beside him understood what that meant. The fear in that moment was not small, and it was not irrational. The situation was, by every human measure available, finished. That is precisely when I moved. Not before the fear. Not when the confidence was high. Not when the plan was clear. I moved when the situation was fully impossible. When there was no strategy left to try. No combination of effort and ingenuity that could produce a way through. The water divided because there was nothing else to open. My power moves without competition when every other option is off the table. That is the position you are in right now. Stop reading it as catastrophe. It is actually the position of readiness for what only I can do. Declare, I trust you, Lord, if you are choosing to believe this today. What I am opening for you in this next season is not something you could have accessed before now. The door I am bringing you to requires the person you have become through this, not the person you were at the start. There are levels of responsibility ahead that would have broken you before this season. There are relationships ahead that required you to be a certain kind of person before they could survive contact with you. What is coming was always coming, but it needed you to be someone specific to receive it, without it destroying you. The new ground I am releasing includes territory in your relationships. The connections that have been dry or painful or absent. I am moving in those. Not every broken relationship will be rebuilt. Some closures were right and final. But new ground is opening. People are being positioned. Connections that carry real weight and purpose are being drawn toward your life. You have not seen this yet. You will. The new ground I am releasing also includes the practical, material dimensions of your life. The financial strain that has gripped your situation, I see it. I know what it has cost in stress, in limitation, in the constant calculation of what is possible and what is not. That grip is being loosened. I am moving in the practical places. Not because you are more deserving now, but because my timing operates on a pattern that yours does not always follow. My provision for your life was never absent. The delivery is arriving now. There is a pace to what I do that does not always match the pace you want. I work on foundations before I build above them. I prepare conditions before I send what is needed into them. And the preparation often happens in ways you cannot observe. In the interior of situations, in the hearts of people being moved toward you, in circumstances converging in sequences you would not be able to engineer if you tried. What looks like stillness is rarely stillness. It is preparation at a level below what you can see. I want you to stop measuring my activity by what is visible on the surface. The surface is always the last place change becomes apparent. By the time a shift is visible to your eyes, it has already been in motion beneath the surface for a long time. What you are about to see, the movement you are about to witness in your circumstances, did not begin today. It began in the unseen, in the work I was doing while you were still wondering whether I was there. The miracle I am releasing does not require perfect conditions. It does not require your environment to cooperate first. It goes ahead of you and rearranges what needs rearranging. It softens what has been hard. It opens what has been sealed. It returns what was lost. You do not have to engineer any of this. You have to trust the one who is already engineering it. What this new season requires of you is not more effort. It is a different kind of engagement. Less striving, more alignment, less forcing, more following. The discipline I am asking for is not the kind that grinds against the obstacle until something breaks. It is the kind that stays close to me, that moves when I move, waits when I say wait, goes when I say go. That operating mode produces results that effort alone cannot reach. You have tried effort alone. You know what it produces. Now try this. Those who love me are not navigating this life alone. You have a God who goes before you into the days you have not yet entered, who sees the terrain before you arrive at it, who prepares the way while you are still walking toward it. That is not a metaphor. It is the actual pattern of how I work, and it is how I am working for you right now. Ahead of you, clearing ground, making room, arranging what needs to be in place before you arrive. There is something I need to address directly, because it may be the thing blocking you more than anything else. You want to understand before you move. You want the explanation before the trust. You want the full picture before you commit to the next step. And I understand that impulse. You were built with a mind that reasons, that weighs, that evaluates. I gave you that. I do not despise it. But there is a dimension of what I am doing that your reasoning cannot access. There are layers of this situation that your analysis cannot reach. When you demand to understand all of it before you will trust me, you are asking me to operate within the limits of your perspective, which is a perspective that does not have all the information. I have all the information. You have some of it. The gap between those two things is exactly where faith operates. I am not asking you to be mindless. I am asking you to acknowledge the limits of your own view and trust the one with the wider one. That is not weakness. That is the most sensible response available to a person who genuinely believes they are dealing with God. If I am who I say I am, then walking without full understanding is not reckless. It is the only rational thing to do. There have been directions I gave you that did not make sense at the time, paths that seemed illogical, closed doors you pushed against for a long time before accepting the closure, open doors you walked through reluctantly, not sure why you were going that way. In each case, what seemed strange from your position had a reason from mine. I was not being arbitrary. I was operating from knowledge you did not have access to yet. There is a version of trust that only becomes possible after you have been through what you have been through. The kind built on something more than inspiration or good circumstances. The kind that holds in conditions where every visible indicator argues against it. That is the trust you have been developing. It did not feel like development while it was happening. It felt like surviving. But the result is a depth of reliance that cannot be produced any other way. You are not the same person who entered this season. The way you process things has changed. You do not react the way you used to. The things that used to send you into a spiral take longer to reach that point, or do not reach it at all. The people and situations that used to have a hold over you have less grip now. That is not something you manufactured. That is the result of real work being done. And that change is permanent. You are not going to slide back to who you were before this. The identity I am establishing in you is not dependent on your circumstances being comfortable. It does not require external validation to hold its shape. It is not contingent on people understanding you, or approving of what you're doing, or believing in where you're going. It is rooted in what I say about you. And what I say does not change with the season. It does not adjust based on your performance or your feelings or the state of your situation. What I say is this: you're mine. You're called. You're equipped for what is ahead. The path is not fully visible from where you stand. That is not a design flaw. That is how I walk with people, close enough that they need to stay close to me to see the next step. That proximity is not a disadvantage. It is the safest position there is. Walk with me in this, not ahead of me, running on assumptions about where I am going, not behind me, waiting until everything is certain before you move. Beside me, one step at a time, close enough to hear when direction comes. That is the pace that produces the greatest results. Not because it is the most efficient, but because it keeps you in position where I can work through you, not just for you. There are people I am going to connect you with in this next season who carry something you need, and you carry something they need. These connections are not accidental. They are arranged. They will not all announce themselves, obviously. Some will arrive quietly and only become clear over time. Your job is to stay open. Not naive, but genuinely open to the new, to the unexpected, to the person who does not fit the category you would normally look in. The ones you carry in prayer, those you love most deeply, the people whose struggles sit in your heart even when you have no words for them. I see them too. I am not working only in your life. I am working in theirs. The prayers you have lifted for them have not been lost. They have reached me. And the work I am doing in you is not isolated from them. What changes in you creates movement in the space around you. The people you are closest to will feel it, even if they cannot name what shifted. The new identity I am giving you does not erase what you have been through. It does not require you to minimize it or pretend it was nothing. What you survived is part of your story. I am not rewriting that. What I am doing is writing what comes next, and what comes next does not begin with what happened to you. It begins with who you are now. the person who came through, the person who stood on the other side. That is the starting point I am working from. And it is a far stronger starting point than you realize. There is authority that comes from real experience, not the kind of authority that is given by title or position, the kind that comes from having actually been in the low places and come back. When you speak to someone else who is in that place, someone going through what you went through, they will hear something in your voice. They will know that what you are saying is not borrowed, that it was paid for. That kind of voice has a reach that no amount of polish or theory can produce. I'm going to use that voice. At the right time, in the right place, I will put you in front of exactly the person who needs to hear it. Everything I have spoken to you today comes down to this. I am done waiting for the right moment. This is it. Not the moment after this one. Not the version of this where you finally feel ready, or the circumstances finally cooperate. This moment, right now, with all its uncertainty and exhaustion and open questions, this is the moment I chose. And I do not choose moments carelessly. The blessing I am releasing is not still on its way. The decree has been made. What I set in motion from my throne is not hypothetical or conditional in the way you might be thinking. It is done. The question is not whether it will come. The question is whether you will be positioned to receive it. Whether your hands are open or still clenched around what you have been trying to control. Fear closes hands. Not in a failure of character, in a completely understandable human response to conditions like the ones you have lived in. When you have had to hold everything together alone for a long time, the grip becomes automatic. Releasing it does not feel safe. It feels reckless. But the grip itself is what keeps the new from being received. You cannot take hold of what I am handing you while your hands are full of what you have been managing. I am asking you to release the management, not the responsibility. You are still called to act, to steward, to move. But the white-knuckled control of outcomes that belong to me. Trust is not passivity. It is the decision to move your part and release my part to me, without demanding to hold both at once. What I have promised you is not general. It is not the kind of blessing that applies to everyone in the same form. It is shaped to fit your actual life, your specific situation, the exact details of what you have been walking through. I do not operate in generalities when I work in individual lives. I work specifically, with full knowledge of every factor in play. The word I am speaking over you today was formed for your situation the way a key is made for a specific lock. The doors that are about to open will not open for anyone else in the same way. They are yours. The provision coming is measured for what you need. I know what is in your house. I know the weight that scarcity has placed on you and on those you love. I am addressing that weight directly, not eventually, now. You are going to see movement where there has been stillness. You are going to receive in places you stopped expecting. You are going to encounter open ground where you were certain there were walls. This is not exaggeration. It is what is actually happening on the other side of what you can currently see. The activity invisible to you is about to produce results that are impossible to miss. Do not disqualify what I am doing when it arrives in an unexpected form. The answer may come through a person, through an opportunity, through a door that opens in an area you were not watching. Stay alert. Stay open. The answer is already in motion. This is the part of your story where the ground changes, not where suffering ends and happiness begins in some clean division, but where the weight begins to shift, where what has been working against you begins to move in your favor. A morning where the first thought is not dread, a situation that has been frozen that suddenly moves, a word that reaches you at exactly the right time. These will be the first signs. When they come, recognize them. Allow yourself to believe that what I told you was true, because it is. The covenant I have made with you is not contingent on your consistency. It is contingent on mine, and I am consistent. I do not change with circumstances. I do not revoke what I have spoken based on how things look on any given day. The word I gave you today stands tomorrow and in every season that follows. Return to it when circumstances try to contradict it. Return to it when the feeling of confidence is low. It is anchored in me. And I do not move. What I am asking of you right now is not dramatic. It is a small thing. The next step. One movement in the direction I am pointing. Just the first thing. One step toward me, and I will do the rest. Everything I described today, everything I have set in motion on your behalf, I will carry it through to completion. I do not begin things I do not finish. I do not bring someone to the edge of change and leave them there. Something was deposited in you in this moment. Not a feeling that will fade when circumstances press back in. A knowing, a shift in the foundational layer of what you believe is possible for your life. That shift is real. It is permanent. It is going to continue working in you long after this moment has passed. The ones you love, the ones you carry in prayer, they are in my hands too. I am not working only in your corner. I am working in theirs. The things you have asked me for on their behalf have been received. Continue to bring them to me. I hear every prayer for those closest to your heart, and I am moving in their situations with the same intention I am moving in yours. The future I am walking you toward is not a modest upgrade of the past. It is new territory, ground that belongs to who you are now, built for this moment, and you are walking into it, one step at a time, with me beside you, holding what you cannot hold, making what is impossible into what is real. Say, I am ready, if you are stepping into everything I have spoken over you today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Only a few short hours remain before something begins to unfold in your life. And I am speaking now because you were not meant to face it unaware. Do not turn away. Hear these words all the way through, because what I am about to tell you carries weight that can change the direction of your days. You are not hearing this by accident. I see every step you have taken today, every thought that crossed your mind, every quiet doubt about whether I am still with you. I am with you now more than ever. These next hours are not ordinary time. They are a narrow window where your attention and your response will matter deeply. If you stay close to me, I will guide you through what is coming and shield what you cannot see. I am asking you, gently but urgently, to pause and listen with your whole heart. I do not plead without reason. When I speak with this kind of urgency, it is because something is approaching that will touch your life, and I care too much to let it find you unprepared. You may not understand everything yet. That is all right. I see the whole picture, and I know what stands ahead of you. I am not trying to frighten you. I am preparing you, steadying you, keeping your feet from stumbling in a place you have never walked before. You have been distracted, and I say that with love, not judgment. Life has pulled you in many directions. Louder voices have made it easy to miss the quiet one inside you, but that quiet voice has been mine. I watched you hesitate. I watched you move on too quickly when something important was trying to reach you. This time you stayed, and that choice matters more than you know. I honor even this small act of trust, because I know what it cost you to stop wandering and be still. Something is shifting, and it is closer than you think. It is not something to fear, but it is something to take seriously. What has been hidden will begin to show itself. What has been confusing will start to make sense. I need you grounded and aware, so that when it happens, you do not react out of panic or confusion. Stay near to me, and I will keep your mind calm and your spirit steady, the way deep water stays still even when wind troubles the surface. If you believe I am speaking to you in this moment, declare your Amen now. Perhaps a part of you wonders if these words are truly for you, or if you are only imagining it. Let me settle that question. I am speaking to you because you were chosen to hear this at this exact hour. You are not forgotten. You are not overlooked, even if life has made you feel that way. I have been guiding you in seasons when you thought you walked alone. Every delay, every pause, every redirection has carried a purpose you are only now becoming ready to understand. These next hours are not about dread. They are about awareness. Something may come to your attention, or a situation may reveal itself in a way that surprises you. When that happens, do not react quickly. Do not speak in haste. Do not let fear make your decisions for you. Come back to me in that moment, even silently, and I will show you your next step. One unhurried breath in my presence is worth more than 100 rushed words. There is strength inside you that you have not fully used. I placed it there for moments exactly like this one. You are not weak, even if you have felt tired. You are not unprepared, even if things feel uncertain. I have been building you quietly, teaching you through everything you have lived, shaping your heart to trust me more deeply than before. What is coming will not destroy you. It will reveal truth. And truth has always been your friend, even when it arrives without warning. Sometimes clarity comes suddenly, and it can feel shocking because it breaks what you were used to believing. But that breaking is necessary so truth can stand upright in your life. I will not let harm reach you while you stay close to me, and I will not allow confusion to rule your mind. You are protected even now in ways you cannot measure. My presence surrounds you. My hand rests over your life like a roof over a house in the rain. I know what you have been carrying quietly, the worry you have not spoken aloud to anyone. You do not have to carry it alone anymore. I am stepping closer to you in this hour. Let yourself feel that closeness instead of pushing it away as you have before. Walking away again would only delay what you are meant to understand, and you have already lost enough clarity to the times you turned aside. Notice how your heart has quieted, even a little since you chose to remain. That settling is not coincidence. It is what happens when a soul stops running and turns toward the voice that has been calling it. You were made to know this stillness. It has been waiting for you longer than you have been avoiding it. So stay with me now. Let the noise of the day fall silent around these words. What unfolds in the coming hours will not be random, and you will not face it blind. I have seen it from far off, and I have already prepared your way through it. Even if it feels intense for a moment, it will not last forever. I will carry you through it step by step, and I will not leave your side. Trust me in this, even when your mind argues. Your mind sees only the road behind you. I see the road ahead. Now let me tell you what these hours hold. There is something that has been forming quietly in your life, and it has reached the point where it can no longer stay hidden. It may be tied to a decision, a person, or a situation that has felt unclear for a long time. You have sensed that something was not fully right. You did not have the whole picture, so you kept moving. Now the picture is coming together, and what once confused you will soon make sense. When it becomes clear, your first reaction may rise from emotion. Do not follow it. Your true strength lives in stillness. Take a breath before you speak, before you act, before you decide anything at all. That small pause is not weakness. It is the doorway through which my wisdom enters. In that quiet second, I will show you the right way forward, and you will move without regret trailing behind you. You have been tested in smaller ways before, and every one of those moments taught you something, even when it did not feel like teaching. You are not stepping into unfamiliar ground. You are stepping into something you have been trained for without knowing it. Nothing you have lived through was wasted. Not the closed doors, not the delays, not the seasons that seemed to circle without arriving anywhere. Each one was a stone laid in the road that brought you here. There may be a truth that comes forward and changes how you see someone or something. That change may sit uncomfortably at first, but it is necessary. You cannot walk forward in truth while your hands are full of illusions. I am removing what does not belong so you can receive what does. This is not loss. This is protection wearing clothes you did not expect. Do not hold on to things simply because they are familiar. Familiar does not always mean right. Sometimes you stay in situations because they are known, even when they quietly wear you down. Be honest with yourself in this hour. What you are shown clearly, you must not pretend you did not see. Denial will keep you circling the same ground. Truth will set your feet on a new road. My precious child, there is also a deeper trust I am building in you. It is easy to trust when life is calm and predictable. Real trust is formed when things feel uncertain, and you still choose to stay near me. That is the kind of trust that carries a person through anything, and you are growing into it right now, in this very moment, simply by continuing to listen. Say your amen aloud if your heart receives these words. Pay attention to what you feel in your spirit as things unfold. A settled peace or a quiet unease. These signals are not random. They are part of how I guide you. Your spirit often recognizes truth before your mind can explain it. When a thought keeps returning to you, do not swat it away. It is returning because there is something in it you need to look at. Bring it to me, and I will help you understand what it means. You may notice your emotions rising like a sudden tide when clarity arrives. That is natural. Let the wave pass through you without letting it steer you. Emotions are honest messengers, but poor masters. Feel them fully, then set them down, and return to the calm I am holding open for you. Decisions made inside that calm will stand. Decisions made inside the storm will need to be unmade later, at a higher cost. Guard your thoughts in these hours. Your mind can become your strongest ally or your heaviest burden, depending on what you allow to live there. Do not let fear pull up a chair at your table. Do not let doubt speak louder than my voice. If something feels overwhelming, stop, be still, and turn your attention back to me. I will steady your thinking the way a hand steadies a lamp, so its light falls where it should. You have reacted too quickly before, and you remember what it cost. Confusion. Words you wished you could take back. Days spent repairing what haste had broken. I remind you of this, not to shame you, but to free you from repeating it. This time you will pause. This time you will breathe. This time you will listen before you move. That single difference will change how everything unfolds. Not everything that feels shocking comes to harm you. Often what feels shocking is simply truth stepping out from where it was hidden. It may be uncomfortable to look at, but it is working for your good. I am clearing confusion from your path so you can walk forward with clear eyes, even if the clearing itself feels intense while it happens. Be mindful, too, of who you speak with while this is unfolding. Not everyone around you will understand what you are walking through, and that is all right. This moment is between you and me. You do not owe anyone an explanation for what I am doing in your life. Some things are meant to stay quiet while they are still forming, the way seed stays buried while it takes root. Speaking too soon can scatter what needed stillness to grow. There is a question you have been carrying, one you have never quite said aloud. You have wondered why certain paths stayed blocked, why certain answers never came, why some things felt wrong without reason. What unfolds in these hours is connected to that question. It does not come randomly. It comes as part of an answer that has been forming longer than you realize. And remember this, for the hours ahead and for all the days after them. What I reveal because you are ready. I do not hand my children burdens they cannot lift, and I do not show them truth they cannot bear. If you are seeing it, you are able to face it. If you are facing it, I am beside you. Nothing about this moment has slipped outside my hands, and nothing about you has slipped outside my love. There is a pattern around you that has been repeating, and you have started to notice it even if you have not fully named it. Situations that look different on the surface keep leading to the same kind of ending, and it has left you weary and wondering. That is not coincidence, and it is not bad fortune. It is a cycle that has been quietly building for a long time. I am breaking that cycle now by bringing it into the light. Once you see it clearly, it loses its grip on you. The trouble I have been warning you about is connected to that very pattern. It is not a sudden thing without cause. It has been forming step by step. Every ignored feeling, every rushed choice, every moment you picked comfort over truth added one more stone to its weight. I am not blaming you. I am showing you the road so you can step off it before it reaches its breaking point. You still have time. That is why I am speaking now instead of after the damage is done. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear what else I must show you. There is a decision in front of you, or a path you are about to follow, that carries consequences you cannot see from where you stand. You may think it is small, harmless, just another ordinary step in an ordinary day. It is not. Behind it waits a chain of events, and once that chain begins to move, it is hard to stop. That is why I am interrupting you now. I need you to look deeper than what sits in front of your eyes and trust that I see what you cannot. You have felt a strange uneasiness lately, and you have tried to push it aside. You told yourself it was tiredness, or too much on your mind. But deep down you know there is more to it. That feeling is your spirit recognizing that something is not right. I have been reaching for your attention in small ways, and now I am speaking plainly because the hour is shorter than you think. Do not dismiss again what I have placed inside you to protect you. There is a specific place in your life where you have been ignoring your inner voice. You felt the hesitation. You felt the pause. But you kept moving because continuing seemed easier than stopping. That is exactly where the danger is connected. Go back in your thoughts and find the moment you felt that warning rise in you. That is the place where you must be careful. That is where the shift needs to happen. Understand something important about who you are. You are chosen, and because you are chosen, there are forces that would rather see you stumble than rise. Not everything around you is what it appears to be, and not everyone near you carries good intentions toward you. I have been shielding you in ways you never saw, turning aside things that could have already gone wrong. But protection works best when you listen and move with wisdom. I am asking for your cooperation, not your fear. This is not punishment. This is protection, and you must understand the difference. Punishment closes doors to wound you. Protection closes doors to spare you. When you feel the interruption, the delay, the sudden change of plans, do not curse it. What feels like interruption is often rescue. What feels like confusion is often my hand redirecting you around a pit you never saw dug in your path. The tragedy I am turning you from is not your inheritance. It was never written over your life as a final word. It is simply what waits at the end of a road I am asking you not to walk. There is a person, a habit, or a situation that has been draining you rather than building you. You feel lighter when you are away from it, and heavier when you're near it, and you have been ignoring that contrast. Stop ignoring it. Your spirit has been telling you the truth all along. You are entering a season where separation will protect you. It may feel uncomfortable at first, because you have grown used to what you have been holding. But I am creating distance for a reason, and that reason is your safety and your future. Sometimes what looks like losing something is actually being released from something before it costs you what you could not afford to pay. There is also a shift needed within you. You have been moving too quickly in certain corners of your life, deciding without sitting still long enough to hear my voice. I am calling you into a slower pace, not to delay your progress, but to protect your direction. Speed without guidance leads to wreckage. Patience with awareness leads to peace. Let this be the hour you choose to move with intention instead of impulse, and you will feel the difference in everything your hands touch. Trust that what I remove, I replace. Not always quickly and not always in the shape you expect, but always with something that fits the person you are becoming, rather than the person you were. My hand is not empty when it takes. It takes with one motion and gives with the next. You will see this for yourself soon enough, and when you do, you will understand why the letting go had to come first. For now, your part is simple, though it is not easy. Stay awake to what I have shown you. Keep your steps unhurried and your heart honest. When the moment of decision arrives, you will not need to guess, because you will recognize it, and you will remember these words standing beside you in it. That remembrance is itself a shield. Few things protect a person like truth heard at the right hour and held on to when the hour comes. There is a shift happening in your surroundings, and it is going to reveal the true nature of what stands near you. People, situations, and opportunities will begin to show their real intentions. Some will align with your growth. Others will make it plain that they do not belong in your next season. Do not fear that exposure. It is necessary for your protection. You cannot carry everything forward, and you were never meant to. You may feel a sense of loss as certain things begin to fall away. That feeling will not last. What you are losing is not your foundation. It is what was resting on top of your foundation without ever being secure. I am clearing space so your life can stand on something solid. It may feel unsteady while the clearing happens, but you will understand it fully once the work is complete. Nothing essential is being taken from you. You may notice that certain plans are not moving the way you expected. That is not failure, and it is not rejection. It is redirection. I am closing paths that would have led you straight into the very situation I warned you about. What you see as delay is me placing a barrier between you and harm. One day you will stand on the other side of this season and thank me for every door that would not open, because you will finally see what was waiting behind it. There is a lesson here to carry with you for the rest of your days. Not every opportunity is meant to be taken. Not every open door is meant to be entered. Some doors stand open the way a trap stands open. Discernment is what keeps you from stepping into places that look bright from the outside but lead to sorrow. I am teaching you to pause, to feel, and to listen before you act. This is how a person moves through life with wisdom instead of regret. Do not try to hold on to what is leaving. When something keeps slipping away despite your effort, that is its answer. Holding tighter will only bruise your hands and delay what needs to happen. Letting go is not defeat. It is making room. What is truly meant for you will never require you to force it, chase it, or beg it to stay. What is mine to give you comes with peace attached, and it stays without being gripped. Someone may approach you soon with words that sound convincing, or a situation may present itself as a chance too good to ignore. Remember what you have heard here. Do not let excitement override your discernment. Not everything that shines was made for your hands. Weigh what is offered slowly. If it demands an answer this instant, that demand itself is your warning. Truth is patient. Deception is always in a hurry. You have a natural ability to sense when something is off, but you have often doubted it. You questioned your own knowing and trusted louder voices instead. That ends now. The quiet knowing inside you is not something to silence. It is something to respect, because I placed it there. When it aligns with peace, follow it. When unease rises without a reason your mind can name, slow down anyway. Your spirit reads what your eyes miss. There is also a need to guard your words in this season. Not everything you feel needs to be spoken, and not every thought needs an audience. Some things must stay within you while they are still forming. Speaking too quickly can expose what is not ready and invite opinions that were never meant to shape your path. Silence in the right moment is not emptiness. It is armor. I will show you when to speak and when to hold your peace. My beloved, you have been strong for a long time. Even when you felt anything but strong, you kept moving when stopping would have been easier. You carried burdens no one around you ever noticed, and you did it without applause. None of that escaped me. Not one day of it. That endurance was not pointless suffering. It was the forging of the very steadiness you are going to need in the days ahead, and it is already yours. Consider how gold is refined. It is not polished into purity. It is passed through fire, and the fire does not destroy it. The fire only separates it from what was never gold to begin with. That is what this season is doing in you. What burns away was never truly yours. What remains when the heat passes is the real substance of who I made you to be, and it will shine without effort. So release your grip on the familiar shape of things. Life as you knew it is being rearranged, not ruined. The ground may feel like it is moving, but it is moving toward order, not away from it. A field must be turned over before it can receive seed. A house must be swept before a feast. What feels like upheaval today is making room for a settledness you have not yet known, and it is closer than it appears. Notice, too, how some people begin to respond to you differently. A few may grow distant. Others may seem uneasy around you without a clear reason. This is not because you have done something wrong. It is because you are changing, and change unsettles what was comfortable with the old you. When you grow, not every connection can follow. What no longer fits will drift on its own. Let it drift. You do not have to push anyone away or explain your becoming. And through all of this, keep your peace guarded like a well in a dry land. Not every dispute deserves your voice. Not every disturbance deserves your attention. You have been spending yourself on things that return nothing, and I am teaching you to be selective with where your strength goes. Your peace is not a small thing. It is the ground every good decision grows from. Protect it, and it will protect you. Now I must teach you the difference between fear and guidance, because in the hours ahead you will need to tell them apart. Fear is not always a warning. Sometimes it is a distraction dressed as caution. It makes you hesitate when you should move and rush when you should wait. My guidance is different. It arrives with a calm clarity, even when the decision is hard. Fear presses and confuses. Peace settles and directs. Learn to follow the peace. You are also learning the worth of stillness. For years you have felt the need to keep moving, keep doing, keep managing every outcome with your own two hands. But stillness is where clarity is found. When you pause and let yourself listen, you begin to hear what actually matters beneath the noise of what merely shouts. That stillness is not empty time. It is the room where I meet you. Enter it daily and you will never walk far from my voice. Be attentive to the places you enter as well. Not every place carries the same spirit, and not every space is meant for you. Notice how you feel when you cross certain thresholds. If heaviness settles on you without cause, take it as a signal to be careful. If peace meets you at the door, receive it. Your surroundings shape you more than you know, and part of wisdom is choosing where you plant your feet. There is a conversation you may need to step away from, or a situation you need to quietly leave. You already know which one, because it has crossed your mind more than once while these words reached you. That knowing is not coming from nowhere. I placed it in you so you could act before things escalate. Sometimes protection looks like silence. Sometimes it looks like walking away without announcing it. You are permitted to leave what endangers your soul. You are entering a season where your boundaries will become clearer. You will say no where you once said yes out of obligation. You will step back where you once pressed forward out of habit. This is not coldness. It is wisdom finally being given room. Boundaries are not walls built to keep love out. They are fences that mark where your garden begins, so that what you are growing is not trampled. Let your amen rise now as a sign of your trust in me. Do not be surprised when doubt circles back and whispers that you imagined all of this, that these words were meant for someone else, that nothing is really shifting. Doubt always arrives after truth, trying to collect what truth has planted. Do not hand it the harvest. What you have heard today brought peace, and peace is my signature. Fear signs its name in pressure and panic. Check the signature, and you will know who is speaking. There will be moments where you feel tested, and I want you to see them rightly. They are not sent to break you. They are opportunities for your trust to put down deeper roots. Every time you choose to listen instead of ignore, to pause instead of lunge, to trust instead of grasp, the cord between us grows stronger. That cord will hold you steady in weather that once would have thrown you to the ground. Remember also that you do not have to face everything alone, and you were never designed to. Strength is not handling every burden by yourself until your back gives way. Strength is knowing where to set the burden down. Bring me the matters too heavy for you. Leave them with me longer than a moment. The shoulders that carry the heavens are not strained by the weight of your worries. Those you love, the ones you carry in prayer, are not outside my sight either. I know how much of your heart walks around outside your own body, living in the lives of others. You cannot shield them from everything, and you were never asked to. But your prayers for them are not falling to the floor. Each one is received, weighed, and answered in ways you will not always see from where you stand. Entrust them to me daily, and release the weight of outcomes you were never meant to control. There's something you have been asking for, even if you never said it aloud. I have heard it. I am working on it. But it cannot arrive until certain things are cleared out first. The way a harvest cannot be gathered into a storehouse still full of last year's chaff. What feels like delay is my ordering of events for your good. When it comes, you will be glad it came at the hour it did and not a day sooner. Take care of yourself in a deeper way in this season, not only in body but in soul. You've been pouring out for others, sometimes far past what you had to give, and calling the emptiness afterward normal. It is not normal. Even the strongest vessel must return to the spring. Come back to the quiet. Come back to these words. Come back to me. When you are filled, everything you touch receives from your fullness instead of your fumes. And understand this about the timing of your life. Nothing assigned to you has been given to another. No one can take what I have written for your hands. And no slowness on the road can cause you to miss what carries your name. You are not behind. You are not too late. You are exactly where the road was always going to pass, and the road knows where it is going. So keep walking at the pace of peace. Refuse the urgency that does not come from me. The world around you rewards speed and calls it strength, but I am showing you a different way. The one who trusts does not have to hurry. Move when I say move. Rest when I say rest. This rhythm will carry you further than rushing ever did, and it will carry you there whole. When the moment of clarity arrives, and it will arrive, here is how you are to walk through it. You may see something, hear something, or suddenly understand something that changes how you view a situation entirely. Do not resist it, even if it challenges what you believed before. You cannot unsee what has been revealed, and you are not meant to. Truth is your protection. When you accept it, you step into alignment with what is right, and everything false loses its claim on you. Your emotions may surge in that moment, and that is natural. Let them move through you like weather through a valley. The valley does not chase the storm, and it does not become the storm. It lets the storm pass and remains a valley. Return to calm before you respond to anyone or decide anything. Your strength has never been in reacting quickly. It is in responding wisely, and wisdom waits for the air to clear. There may be a strong urge to speak at once, to explain, to confront, to defend yourself. Hold your tongue a little longer. Words released in high emotion travel far and cannot be called home. Silence in the right moment is not weakness. It is power under command. When your mind is clear and your heart is steady, I will show you what to say and when to say it, and your words will land like rain instead of hail. Afterward, there will be a quiet settling inside you, even while your thoughts are still arranging themselves. That calm is not accident. It is my presence restoring your balance. You are not meant to remain in shock or confusion. You are meant to pass through revelation into understanding, and through understanding into peace. Let the calm grow. Do not keep returning to the moment of impact to feel it again. The lesson is yours. The sting is not required. Do not be hard on yourself for not seeing things sooner. You were not ready before, and that is why it stayed hidden. Now that you are ready, it has been shown. That is not failure on your part. That is timing on mine. I do not reveal truths to wound my children. I reveal them at the hour when the truth can heal instead of harm. And this is that hour for you. You may feel a wish to return to how things were, simply because the old shape of life felt easier to hold. But you cannot go back to what you now see clearly, and in your deepest heart, you do not want to. Going back would mean closing your eyes on purpose, and no one rests well with their eyes forced shut. The new ground may feel strange under your feet, but strange is not wrong. Every promised land feels foreign in the first season. Notice what is already changing in you. Situations that once shook you are losing their power to shake. Words that once wounded you are landing softer. You are not becoming cold. You are becoming rooted. A tree with shallow roots trembles at every wind, but a tree that has driven its roots deep drinks from waters the storm cannot touch. That is what has been happening beneath your surface all this time. Your desires themselves are shifting, have you noticed? Things that once felt urgent now feel small. Things you once chased no longer call to you. That is not confusion. That is my hand adjusting your appetite to match your assignment. What you needed before is not what you need now. Growth always rewrites the list of what matters, and your list is being rewritten by someone who knows what your future requires. You are also seeing your relationships with new eyes. It is becoming plain who strengthens you and who depletes you, who celebrates your growth and who quietly resents it. This clarity may bring some ache with it, but you cannot build what is ahead of you while carrying what belongs behind you. Bless what was, release what is leaving, and make room for what is coming. Not every companion on the first road is meant for the second. And when you look back on this season, you will not remember it as the time everything fell apart. You will remember it as the time everything fell into place. The pieces that scattered were never load-bearing. The people who left were finished with their part. The plans that dissolved were making way for plans that fit. From where you stand now, it looks like ending after ending. From where I stand, it is one long beginning. There is a gratitude that will begin to rise in you as the picture completes itself. You may not feel it fully yet, but it will come as you begin to see how differently things could have gone. There were turns you almost took. There were doors you almost entered. When you finally understand what stood behind them, your relief will turn to thankfulness, and your thankfulness will turn to a deeper trust than warnings alone could ever have built in you. Protection, you are learning, rarely announces itself. Often it looks like a plan that collapsed, an answer that never came, a person who walked away without explanation. You called some of those moments disappointments. Heaven recorded them as rescues. You will never know the full count of what never reached you, and you do not need to know. It is enough to know that you were never once outside my keeping, not for an hour, not for a breath. Hold steady then, a little longer. You are nearer to the clearing than you were when these words began, and nearer than you will believe until you step into it. What remains of the shaking is brief. What follows the shaking is yours to keep. I have not brought you through all of this to abandon you at the threshold. The same voice that called you to stay is the voice that will call you forward, and it does not grow faint. Now hear what waits for you on the other side of these hours. You are stepping into a season where your life will feel more aligned than it has in years. Things will begin to make sense in ways they did not before. What felt scattered will gather. What felt uncertain will settle. This is not wishful thinking. It is the natural result of the shift that has already taken place within you while you listened. You are not the same person who almost turned away. New opportunities will come, and they will feel different from the ones that came before. They will not arrive wrapped in pressure or confusion. They will come with a sense of peace and rightness, and that is how you will recognize them as mine. Learn that feeling well. It is the seal I place on what I send. Anything that must rush you, corner you, or frighten you into agreement did not come from my hand. A quiet confidence is growing in you, and it will keep growing. Not the loud kind that performs for others, but the steady kind that comes from knowing you can hear my voice and follow it. In moments where you once froze, you will move. In moments where you once scrambled, you will be still. Others will notice the difference before you do. They will ask what changed in you, and you will find the answer is not a what, but a who. Your steps from here do not need to be perfect. They need to be guided. You will not receive the whole map, because the map would make you trust the paper instead of the guide. You will receive enough light for the step in front of you, and when you take that step, light for the next. This is how I have always led those I love. Not by satisfying every question, but by being worthy of trust in every unknown. There will still be days when the old patterns knock at your door, wearing familiar faces, speaking familiar words. You will feel the tug of what used to be, but you can see them now for what they are, and seeing is more than half of freedom. Each time you choose the new way over the old, the new way grows stronger and the old grip grows weaker. You are not the same soil you were. What once took root in you easily will find no purchase now. Remember the difference between what is urgent and what is important. Much will shout for your attention that deserves none of it. The truly important things rarely shout. They wait, faithful and quiet, for you to turn toward them. Your task is to turn toward them daily. Keep the first things first, and the last things will order themselves behind them like travelers falling into line behind a lantern. My child, we have walked a long road together in these few moments, and yet this road did not begin today. I have been beside you through every mile you thought you walked alone. The difference now is that you know it. Awareness has opened your eyes, and eyes once opened do not easily close again. Carry that awareness into your ordinary days, into your work, your rest, your dealings with the ones you love. It will serve you in rooms these words will never reach. Guard what you have received in this hour. Do not let the coming week wear it thin, or the opinions of others talk you out of it. What was given to you here was not entertainment. It was equipment. Return to it when the path darkens. Recall it when doubt raises its voice. Speak of it sparingly and live from it generously, and it will keep proving itself true as the days unfold in front of you. The trouble that stood ahead of you has lost its footing because you stayed and listened. That does not mean you may now grow careless. Protection continues where attention continues. Remain awake. Remain soft toward my voice and firm toward everything that would pull you from it. The same watchfulness that carried you through these hours will carry you through the years, and it costs you nothing but your willingness. Hold on also to what you have learned about seasons. Nothing fruitful stays in blossom forever, and nothing barren stays barren forever under my care. There will be seasons of gathering and seasons of letting the field rest. Seasons when my voice sounds near, and seasons when your trust must walk without the sound of it. None of these mean I have moved. The sun does not abandon the earth at nightfall. It is only preparing the next morning on the far side of the dark. Be generous in the season you are entering, not only with what fills your hands, but with what fills your heart. Speak the encouraging word you once withheld. Show the patience you once ran out of. Forgive more quickly than feels fair. A life that has been protected and guided is meant to become shelter and guidance for others. And as you give what you have received, you will find it multiplying in the giving, the way bread multiplied in baskets long ago. And when you rise from this moment and step back into your day, go as a person who has been told the truth and believed it. Let your face be calm in front of things that used to shake you. Let your answers be slow and your peace be quick. The ones around you are thirsty for the steadiness you now carry. You do not need to preach to them. Simply be evidence. A lamp does not argue with the darkness. It burns. Do not measure the worth of this hour by how you feel tomorrow. Feelings rise and fall like tides, but what was planted here does not depend on them. It will keep working in you quietly, beneath your notice, the way roots work beneath a field in winter. I am not leaving when these words end. My voice will go quiet, but my presence will not go anywhere. I will be there in the stillness you have learned to enter, in the peace that signs my name, in the knowing that rises when you face your next crossroad. You were called to hear this, you stayed to receive it, and now you are sent to live it. Walk in what you have heard. I am with you in the morning and in the dark, in the sowing and in the harvest, now and at every hour to come. Seal these words with your amen and walk in my peace.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.